Greetings superior beings, greetings supreme being, welcome to Universal Peace Television. Universal Peace Television. This is the video, this is the YouTube video, an elegant but unconvincing attack on the Iran nuclear deal LA Times article review. On the YouTube channel BC Hoffman, FFN. On YouTube, the Universal Peace channel, Universal Peace Tube. So, first I want to start off by saying that it's better to be prepared with that radiological water filter and storable food. And then we can immediately switch to the article. Switch off this thing, that was just to test if it's working. And then here we see the LA Times article. So let's read it.
Mind Control: The Ultimate Terror, educateyourself.org. An elegant but unconvincing attack on the Iran nuclear deal. LA Times article review. An elegant but unconvincing attack on the Iran nuclear deal. United States Ambassador to the UN Nikki Haley at UN headquarters in New York on August 29. Cannabatanker/AFP/Getty Images. The Times editorial board. During last year's presidential campaign, Donald Trump heaped abuse on the international agreement negotiated in 2015 that placed strict limits on Iran's nuclear program, calling it the worst deal ever negotiated and intimating that he might tear it up if he were elected. After he won, he calmed down briefly, and even twice certified to Congress that Iran's conduct justifies continuation of the agreement. But now, he has signaled that he might refuse to do so in mid-October at the end of the next 90-day period provided for by law. Trump's long-standing argument against the deal is that Iran is not living up to the spirit of the agreement. But his argument for repudiating the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action is entirely unconvincing. He hasn't defined spirit in any meaningful sense, or made much of a case for his vague assertion. The weakness of Trump's critique offered hope that the president's more rational foreign policy advisers might again coax him back from the precipice. But that hope diminished last week when Ambassador Nikki Haley, the U.S. representative at the United Nations, offered a seemingly more nuanced and reasonable-sounding but ultimately unconvincing argument for abandoning the agreement. It would be folly to treat past behavior by Iran as a reason to repudiate the nuclear agreement. In a speech at the American Enterprise Institute, Haley alleged that Iran had violated the letter of the agreement, pointing to the fact that it twice exceeded limits in the agreement on the amount of a form of water used in nuclear reactors, a minor violation that was corrected. But most of her critique was a more sophisticated version of Trump's catchphrase about Iran's violation of the spirit of the agreement. Judging any international agreement begins and ends with the nature of the government that signed it, Haley said. Does it respect international law? Can it be trusted to abide by its commitments? Is the agreement strong enough to withstand the regime's attempts to cheat? Given these answers, is the agreement in the national interests of the United States? She answered those questions by asserting that the Islamic Republic of Iran was born in an act of international law-breaking, the taking of hostages at the U.S. Embassy in Tehran in 1979. The lawlessness has continued, she said, with actions by Iran that threaten its neighbors and by Iran's defiance of a UN resolution, approved at the time of the nuclear agreement, that calls on Iran not to undertake any activity related to ballistic missiles designed to be capable of delivering nuclear weapons. But those arguments miss
the point. Well, one thing I've been thinking lately is Israel has nuclear weapons. Shouldn't there be sanctions on Israel, etc.? And they also have missile shields, so Iran cannot pose any threat to Israel, not even with nuclear weapons. So preventing World War III is more important. I think they can work it out for themselves.
the point. The UN resolution on ballistic missiles, for instance, isn't even discussed in the nuclear agreement. Furthermore, the resolution is not legally binding, and besides, Congress already has approved sanctions to punish Iran for its ballistic missile program. It would be folly to treat that behavior by Iran as a reason to repudiate the nuclear agreement, which benefits the US and its allies and restrains Iran. Doing so would harm the US and divide it from its allies. Perhaps.
Well, I have my doubts about this. How does it benefit the US? You can always Skype Prologic 999 to be live in the broadcast. It's this in the right top corner. That's my Skype address. But if they've already paid the money, then it might be correct. It might be better to keep the nuclear agreement alive and to give a list of suspect sites so that they can be inspected and there's no problem. But Trump might say they didn't allow the inspections, so then they're not keeping the nuclear agreement, the I.A.E.A. protocol, and then they might want to do away with that agreement. So I would advise Iran to allow the inspections and the president to first make an agreement, reach agreement with the I.A.E.A. people, the 5+1 or Kerry or whoever is in control of this stuff, and also with the Russian president if they do decide to take any action against Iran and their possible nuclear facilities to prevent World War III. And I made a separate video about this, how to prevent World War III and create universal peace.
Recognizing the weakness of the case for Iranian violations, Haley emphasized in her speech that the presidential certification required by Congress involves more than whether Iran is complying with the deal. The president, she noted, also must certify that suspension of U.S. sanctions under the agreement is vital to the national security interests of the United States. In making that determination, Haley said, Trump could consider Iran's repeated, demonstrated hostility toward the United States. If Trump did refuse to issue a certification, Haley noted, it would be up to Congress to decide whether to reimpose sanctions suspended as part of the deal. In the ensuing debate, she said, Congress could discuss Iran's support for terrorism, its past nuclear activity, and its massive human rights violations. But again, the question at hand is not whether the Iranian government is generally hostile to the United States or whether it funnels money to terrorists or provides its citizens with human rights. Those are all important questions that need to be addressed and in many cases are being addressed, but they are simply not germane to the question of whether the nuclear deal is a net positive for the world and should be allowed to continue. When this editorial page endorsed the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, we expressed the hope that the U.S. would maintain sanctions aimed at Iran's destabilizing activities and its support for terrorism. We also lamented the fact that the sanctions relief promised under the deal might subsidize Iran's sponsorship of militant groups like Hezbollah and Hamas. But we concluded that the benefits of the agreement in restraining Iran's nuclear program made it worthwhile. So long as Iran complies with the letter of the agreement, that is still our view. It should also be the president's.
So that's the LA Times article. Well, I didn't listen very well. I think this thing that flaps out is a bit annoying. Here, now it's gone. And if I wait, does it stay away? Below a certain Yeah, so it already starts with Donald Trump heaped abuse, not President Trump, but Donald Trump heaped abuse on the international agreement negotiated in 2015. Well, if it costs the American taxpayers a lot of money and if it funds terrorists, then he would be against it, probably. So perhaps that's the right thing to do then. But I wouldn't call it heap abuse, basically. So, should I minus this mainstream media, this fake news article? What do you all think? Let me know in the comments, and please like and subscribe. Put some honey in this. Let's read this other stuff. Let's see. I'm first gonna save the other article. I noticed BDS in the writings that I ran into recently twice, so let's read it.
What is BDS? The boycott, divestment, sanctions BDS movement works to end international support for Israel's oppression of Palestinians and pressure Israel to comply with international law. bdsmovement.net.
I read that rock stars were criticizing them, basically. I'm anti-religion, but it's in the Bible about killing of Palestinians, etc. Plus the 164 jihad Quran verses. And recently I have seen a video of a person that said they were living in peace there, so it's... but that Palestine is horrible and that they cannot get out, Gaza, whatever. And then those marriages to underage girls, etc. So religion is associated with pedophilia, wars, torture, the Inquisition. Religion is an abomination, religion is an illusion, to quote Freud. So you could argue the only reason to talk about religion is to expose it. But people have the right to talk about anything. They have the right to freedom of thought and freedom of speech. And free speech also means that you have the right to express yourself when you hate people. For example, people that want to get rid of 93% of the world's global population. And then all the fools that agree with them, that don't know that we're not overpopulated. Everybody would fit into Australia, have their own piece of land and more than enough to eat if they divide the earth's wealth equally among men. So that's one of their big lies, that we're overpopulated, and they're using that to cash out on the people. So no blood for cancer oil, Yankee go home. You won't hear them say that in fake protests or anti-global government. So these protesters are getting paid. 2,500, so they're not there for some cause, but for the $2,500 basically. That's a lot of dough for these people. Plus 50 per hour, plus travel expenses on demandprotest.com, but you cannot, they don't take new protesters anymore. Perhaps others, but okay, who needs it anyway? Who would want to be a part of such fake protests, which may be to declare martial law in the US so that people, the citizens, lose their right to physical integrity and a lawyer, habeas corpus, and posse comitatus. So I consider that a legal law, martial law, and they're fucking with my throat, so perhaps it's better if we first read some more of the text.
Israel has nuclear weapons, Dolphin nuclear submarines supplied to them by the Germans, so shouldn't Israel be sanctioned? Israel has missile shields, so Iran cannot pose any threat to Israel, not even with nukes. Preventing the Jesuits' Third World War is more important. Wednesday, September 6, 2017. Uploaded YouTube video. UN Ambassador Haley accuses Iran of violating nuclear deal. News articles review prevent WW3. Cons. Certified. Because of the way the law is written, Trump can decertify Iran even if the U.S. intelligence community determines that Iran is adhering to the deal's limits on stockpiles of low-enriched uranium and is still allowing monitors to its known nuclear sites. Bloomberg.com. How Trump can reject the Iran deal without actually killing it. September 6, 2017. The eye-ramming in regime. Nikki, air, deal. Imposed news, sanctions. They pretend sex is bad and war is good. Heroic soldiers and sinning. YouTube video. How to turn 440 Hz tuned music into 528 Hz. Tuned music with virtual DJ. Play 440 music at 528. Also covers how to play tracks backwards. Paranormal active titties. NFT. Jews against Trump does not have any upcoming events. Facebook.com. Mind-reading computer can identify what you are seeing. Facebook.com targeted individuals worldwide. Gangs stalking, directed energy, warfare. Public group. Trump could kill the Iran deal the same way he's killing DACA. Slate.com. 7/9/2017. Somebody said "oh my god" in my skull and then started hurting my knee. Alexander Litvinenko accused Vladimir Putin of being a pedophile. Independent.co.uk. President Putin is a pedophile with links to the Russian mafia and Colombian drug barons. TheTimes.co.uk. Vladimir Putin accused of being a pedophile by murdered spy. Starpulse.com. Trump, the Dutch king and British royals are regularly accused of pedophilia as well. Putin. The West is controlled by satanic pedophiles. Anonymous. News.co. Anonymous. Somebody should bomb and snipe these real pedophile child murderers now. Yes, it. Satanic murderers are everywhere and control your government with directed energy weapons. Okay? By not exposing it, you are just making it worse for yourselves. Not talking about it will not make somebody switch of their brain control and directed energy weapon torture machines. Jewish overrepresentation in the media and among the best jobs is a form of racism, you could argue. Benjamin Netanyahu, who has served as Israel's prime minister, frankly regards Jews as members of a racial group. Speaking to a gathering of nearly 1,000 Jews in Southern California, he said if Israel had not come into existence after World War II, then I am certain the Jewish race wouldn't have survived. Netanyahu quote, Daily Pilot, Newport Beach, Costa Mesa, February 28, 2000, front page. I.A.E.A.org. The Institute for Historical Review I.A.E.A., founded in 1978. David Duke also uses this quote on his website davidduke.com. Weblink. The Jewish race. And if they are named Jews because their ancestors are supposedly from Judah or Judea, then it is about race. The Jewish race would not have existed were it not for incest, if we are to believe what is written in it. So all their bloodlines were begotten from inbreeding? David Duke also covered Jews are not allowed to marry non-Jews in Israel. Non-Jews may not read the Talmud, etc. That's racial discrimination, is it not? Ignatius of Loyola, a Basque nobleman from the Pyrenees area of northern Spain, founded the Jesuits Society after discerning his spiritual vocation while recovering from a wound sustained in the Battle of Pamplona. The first Jesuits were crypto-Jews. Ignatius Loyola himself was a crypto-Jew of the occult Kabbalah. A crypto-Jew is a Jew who converts to another religion and outwardly embraces the new religion, while secretly maintaining Jewish practices. As John Torrell explains in 1491, San Ignacio de Loyola was born in the Basque province of Gipuzkoa, Spain. His parents were Marranos, and at the time of his birth the family was very wealthy. As a young man he became a member of the Jewish Illuminati order in Spain. As a cover for his crypto-Jewish activities, he became very active as a Roman Catholic. Israelect.com. Weblink. Martin, Ignatius Loyola.htm. Jewish privilege. The poster's harangue has a dark, stated presumption ending white privilege starts with ending Jewish privilege. WashingtonJewsWeek.com. If Jewish people are overrepresented among the best-paying jobs and own 90% of the mainstream media, combined with the fact that there are 6 powerful Jews that call for depopulating the earth, then you are not an anti-Semite if you point that out. People that want to destroy countries may want to pretend you may not point your finger at the people doing the torture, poisoning and murders, but I just do not buy that, since murder is a crime far worse than anti-Semitism and racism combined. It's obvious they want to get rid of 93% of us from their book quotes. Do not let them fool you. Do not let anybody grind you down. Do they have a word for people that want to kill all Muslims as well, like they have the word anti-Semitism for people that want to exterminate the Jewish people? Is there an antonym for the word anti-Semitic? Not allowing non-Jews to be represented equally in the mainstream media and best-paying jobs is racism, isn't it? CNN happy to identify white privilege but recoils at Jewish privilege. Odd case. Very curious. It's good to keep in mind they control the search results of Google and YouTube, you do not. I and many others have already exposed how easy it is to put that YouTube view counter on any number. I have already explained I do not use monetization because I want to keep clear I do it for free. I am not some paid protester nor a paid tuber. I want to stay an unbiased source. Because real love is free. I do not trust anybody that gets paid to produce their info or supposed test results. David Duke, KKK support Donald Trump CNN 10 months ago 58,420 views. Why does everybody think not everybody is totally brain controlled all of the time? Why don't psychiatrists or shrinks do any test with equipment that can make voice-to-skull messages audible to find out if patients are harassed with this silent sound and audio spotlight technology to produce voices in the head when even consumers can buy this techno? They simply prescribe the cancer-causing prescription drug Zyprexa, which has killed many people. Patients. The shunt. A shunt is a hole or a small passage which moves, or allows movement of, fluid from one part of the body to another. Is not allowing non-Jews in your organization or company racist? If any race of people is overrepresented, then that means a racist must be in charge. Non-racists would make sure the populace is represented equally to bring you unbiased news.
I'm Donald Trump. I own the Miss Universe pageant, and I'm here to answer your questions. I have guys counting my money. I hate it. The only guys I want counting my money are short guys that wear yarmulkes all day. USA Today, May 20, 1991. You're going to have a deportation force, and you're going to do it humanely, and you're going to have a deportation force. We got to go, and we got to knock the shit out of these people. Extroversion. Go. Not yet. Get a walk and stable food and you cannot survive a nuclear event. Melt down them without it. The more there of us, the better. Based is all about being yourself and not caring what anybody else thinks. Our bodies have to last for the rest of eternity. Our bodies know more, know less.
AWOL, AWOL, or AWOL.
Keep busting.
Page A.B. I, Donald Trump, am going to stop spending money on the stupid fucking military and start spending for universal peace. Thank you, darling. The government is criminal, okay?
Grab him by the pussy.
George Soros and Margaret Chan are committed of 300 subversive of the club of members. The polls of the committee of 300 we flattened two cogs by means of wars in the advanced countries by means of starvation and disease in the third world countries. The death of 3 billion people by the year 2050 people they could use substances. Universal peace now. Universal peace. Now, this is Donald Trump. Prevent a two-state solution. World by any means necessary. Included in the two-state solution agreement that the allies of Israel and Palestine may not intervene if they go to war with each other to prevent a two-state solution. World universal peace. Now, keys to you, well, Rick. Thank you for your idea for universal peace. Universal peace. Now.
So I think these small loco.com images are a bit too anti-Semitic. But I may still have to read them actually, so I just put some pictures in here, anti-New World Order pictures, and these are from other websites, of course. So let's continue the article.
Word origin and history for Jew. Noun late 12c. In plural, Jews, from Anglo-French Old French Jew, from Latin udum nominative udius, from Greek iudaios, from Aramaic Jehudai Hebrew Yehudi Jew. From Yehuda Judah, literally celebrated, name of Jacob's fourth son and of the tribe descended from him. Replaced Old English Udi as the Jews. Originally, Hebrew of the Kingdom of Judah. Ann Coulter verified account at Ann Coulter. How many f***ing Jews do these people think there are in the United States? 8:05 p.m., September 16, 2015. So make no mistake about it. The voice of God weapon can and has been used to extort people, to give the best and highest paid jobs to Jews, and it will exterminate 7 billion non-Jews and enslave the 500 million of us that will be left Jews as well. Unless it is switched off, destroyed somehow, or reprogrammed. The voice of God weapon was used successfully to make the Iraqi people surrender themselves, and the rest is not theory of reality. You could argue that any person that tells the lie there is a God should be shot on the spot. However, they may be joking. We have to get rid of religion through education. Control the factors that control aging. Save the human race rather than split ourselves up into groups to exterminate ourselves, divide et impera, which is what the depopulators are trying to do. Educate others so they cannot be played out against their fellow humans anymore. They try to set it up so innocent people become victims because they are most evil. Demonetization equals dehumanization. Phase 1 of active measures, their strategy to take over the world. Demonetization equals depopulation. Not allowed to point your finger at the 6 Jews that want to depopulate Earth with book quotes that prove it, then you are an anti-Semite. They are trying to wreck our system. Perhaps we should keep caps lock on because it's easier to read big letters, also to distinguish ourselves from the rest. Use whatever works best to achieve our goals. Surfing on a rocking. We are all knowing. Epstein Podesta Jimmy Savile. If I want to make the YouTube video by the following title, I must have statistics that prove that Jewish people are also overrepresented among the best paying jobs, not just in the mainstream media and universities. Planned YouTube video: Jewish racism. Jewish privilege. Overrepresented among best jobs. Top 1% will control over half of world's wealth by 2016. PBS.org Jan 19, 2015. 48% of U.S. billionaires are Jewish. Jewish Americans are the most powerful and influential ethnic group in America. Jewish Americans make up 2% of the U.S. population yet comprise 40% of U.S. billionaires. Politician.com. Possible depopulation methods to depopulate to 500 million and create a crisis big enough: 1 world war over Iran or further sanctions to drive cancer oil price up, 2 ISIS attacks, fake attacks with 1 shoe lying about, and possibly 1 big one, nuclear, biological, chemical and or other explosives. Sarin, etc. 3 man-made earthquakes. ELF weapons, earthquake weapons, scalar weapons. They will never suspect the Yellowstone volcano eruption. 4 storms generated with ionospheric heaters by modifying the jet stream. 5 fake protests. Protesters doing it for money instead of a good cause. Paid by protestandemand.com, demandprotest.com and moveon.org. Slogan on banner should be anti-global government, universal peace now, no blood for cancer oil, Yankee go home or a big plate that says fake. With an arrow pointing downward or at least an exclamation mark. So Hitler never used depleted uranium and tactical nukes. Only ISIS does these things, of course. A Neue Ordnung, New Order, yes. But I doubt if Hitler wanted to get rid of 93% of the world's global population like these 6 Jews. Of course it's their reason not to get rid of their Jew-invented nuclear weapons. So it's clear they have the right to advocate depopulating the earth. Or what? Or not. Basically we are all mentally impaired compared to the neural network because of our limited neural capacity. Bummer, we still control the neural network. If ISIS would do chemical attacks worldwide, what would the most likely toxin be? Sarin? White phosphorus? Based.
I don't know if anthrax is also easy to make, and I have to label part of this as satire, so part of this has to be taken with a grain of salt, and there can also be nasty things that the perpetrators have said in my head with illegal voice to skull messages. And these shrinks never, these so-called psychiatrists, psychiatry is of course all theory, it's not an exact science, but what was my point? I was talking about psychiatrists. Oh yeah, that they never check with equipment if these people hear voices in their head. If this is done with scalar waves and synthetic telepathy, they just give them cancer Ciprexa death. Here's a little pill and take it, you'll like it. Whatever. To sterilize everybody and depopulate the earth. They are the body snatchers of the pedo elite.
On the using the FEMA camps to depopulate and introduce the deep state theory. Their high memes may be in my brain and they may be experimenting with erasing memory selectively. I saw a video with statistics that showed the Jewish people are overrepresented in all the best jobs, in the mainstream media, Hollywood, court, military, police, you name it. Please Skype me if you have a good source for statistics that prove this. They may selectively hide these statistics and a lot of other things since they control the search engines. We could work it all out, but what's the use when they exterminate us all anyway? Then it's better to have fun and have sex, etc. And called who? End culture? Multiple culturalisms. Zion is Zion in Hebrew. Matrix movie. Neo in chair. Only real people live in Zion. Matrix 1 quote. They are trying to prevent the agents from controlling the human mind, to destroy the Matrix. Reality, not a movie. Controller agents in chair in control of synthetic telepathy which can simulate any human project immortality. The agent can think in the real person's voice. They can torture people remotely. It is like the agent or perpetrator is inside the person's body to silence the victims about the illegal depopulation with the voice of God weapon. They are ultra-sadistic and enjoy torturing innocent people to death because they are ultra-sadistic, hired to do smear campaigns, torture and tyrannize those of us that try to do the right thing. The neural network or matrix is not what they attempt to destroy but protect and serve. Is it possible the only real people live outside Zion where there is still a lower level of brain control going on? Are they trying to destroy 93% of us to make the Matrix, a simulated reality, a possibility by reducing the world's global population to a more controllable or totally brain-controllable number? Satanic inversion. Nazi eugenics. 6 Jews that want to depopulate Earth. 1 Rockefeller. 2 Professor Eric Bianca. 3 George Soros. 4 Dr. Kissinger. 5 Bill Gates. 6 Rothschild. Their book quotes and Georgia Guidestones with human blood on top prove it beyond any reasonable doubt. See info. Wars. Georgia Guidestones drone footage. The Matrix was first released in the United States on March 31, 1999, and grossed over $460 million worldwide. Jews depopulating Earth, satire? Or real? Latest depopulation agenda must CDC? ISIS scum call for jihad hits on Hurricane Harvey victims. Is the supposed ISIS terrorist that claim this arrested, or do they magically break free from your torture beam, death ray? ISIS terrorists have put out a call for jihadists to head to disaster areas in Texas and do whatever they can to put those outside the Islam faith out of their misery. It's a call for killings against the nation's vulnerable, and it came courtesy of the terror group's Telegram channel. To all the LM's lone mujahids or warriors in the U.S., Newsweek reported, citing Jihadiscope, pop down to Houston and drop in at any of the relief centers housing displaced people from the Houston floods. Make sure to bring lots of supplies/gadgets/toys to see if you can help put any cuffs out of their misery. Cuffs means disbeliever, those outside the Islam faith. ISIS scum call for jihad hits on Hurricane Harvey victims, magical death ray torture beam escape? All 5 living former presidents launch appeal for help for Harvey victims. CNN. Making themselves look like the do-gooders instead of the hurricane and earthquake creators, of course. That would be what they attempt to do if it's true. Iran nuclear deal framework. Haley outlines how president can reject Iran nuclear deal. Charleston Post Courier September 8, 2017. UN Ambassador Nikki Haley hints at Congress' role in making call on Iran nuclear deal. Wall Street Journal September 6, 2017. After California got rid of personal exemptions for vaccines, medical exemptions went way up. Helatimes.com. There are loads of anti-NWO movements, real and fake ones, but only one anti-global government movement, AGGM. When you want to cure a disease, you have to get rid of the cause and not just treat the symptoms with chemical, cancer-causing prescription drugs. I am anti-Nazi in the sense that I am anti-racism and anti-homophobia, but I agree on the more important point that these 6 Jews that want to depopulate the earth and non-Jews helping them must be stopped one way or another. Universal peace now. Probably they will sanction Iran. They want to keep their own infrastructure, thus to avoid World War III and create universal peace. Anonymous hereby thanks Ulrich P.C. Hoffman for allowing the YouTube space for the broadcast. If you put a balloon in a vacuum chamber, it will pop when the air is pumped out. So why does an astronaut's space suit not pop when flying into outer space or walking on the moon? It is likely space is actually water, liquid. That's complete bullshit. Made up to hide the bubbles coming from fake astronauts' space suits. Boats move by pushing water, cars move by pushing the ground, planes fly by moving the air molecules around the wing to lift it up, spaceships fly by pushing nothingness. They see the space debris coming in on the cancer radar probably. Abracagaza. Racist dance. Anonymous's darkest message bombed the pedo elite murderers depopulating Earth 132 crop.jpg. Holocaust, Holodomor, Holopoint bullets. Space travel is impossible for humans. Dance. Dance and lick dick. Listen to the rhythm of your soaked. Dance. Dance and lick dick. Better love each other, it's almost time to coke. Proof Trump and all 2016 presidential candidates are Masonic CFR-controlled opposition slaves. 2016 presidential candidates are Masonic CFR-controlled opposition slaves. 80% of the first Soviet government members were Jews. Putin during a visit to Moscow's Jewish Museum Jan 24, 2016, uploaded by Russia Insider. The people with the directed energy torture weapons and synthetic telepathy machine have control, the rest have none and are controlled. Is the white race under attack? Does anyone care? YouTube. Kesha is Jewish. Home Facebook is Kesha Jewish, because she mentions Jewish stuff in her songs. She sang the lyrics I am cannibal and drank blood from a human heart live on stage. She also admitted that the stunt she pulled in Australia where she appeared to drink blood out of a human heart was real. I did it on stage in Sydney. I think I was hanging out with Alice Cooper too much. I was just really inspired to do it. There wasn't a very good reason behind it. Pressparty.com. Abracagaza.
Okay. Oh yeah, you have to stare without blinking your eyes. Then the colors will disappear after a minute or so. You can pause the video. It's a really cool image. This is a real NASA image, supposedly of Mars, and then we see the desert squirrel, Mojave desert squirrel. So they also have them on Mars. Really special. Who would have thought that? And Hillary is also on this list, both in the government and Monsanto. Special cloud. Perhaps some Indian Native American on top making smoke signals or whatever. Smoking a large J. So in the right top corner you can see the official NASA image number, which usually starts with S. AS. So former Prince Bernhard looks a lot like Tintin and Bobby, basically. The pedo bear. Well, if I go to the crowd booing sound, I will be too late. Sometimes it takes a while to load the samples. Fraud. Nice. I take a sip of tea. So in reality I'm anti-racism, anti-homophobia and anti-Semitism. If I'm anti-fascism, that was another question. The fascist flag is still in Congress. But now it's 6 Jews that want to depopulate the earth, and these non-Jews like Ted Turner of CNN that also want to get rid of 93% of the world's global population. I hope that the audio continues. The VU meter is hanging, so please Skype Prologic 999, Skype Prologic 999 if the audio is not working. When the VU meter is hanging, then I sometimes repeat it, not always, because I think it keeps on working also when the VU meter is hanging, when there's a picture transition that it's working on. But the CPU usage is only 10% and my total CPU usage is 52%. And I have already adjusted the settings. Anyway, that's perhaps not important for you all. Nice. I was riding on a camel in Egypt. I thought I wouldn't do that because it's too dangerous, it's way too high above the ground. I even made a video recording on top of the camel. But everybody that stayed there in these tents got sick basically, so they needed noise. And I remember puking in the desert at night, and then the generator switched off. We were staying near the beach in Hurghada. Very nice fish there. There are nice fishies that go into the coral. If you make a fast move, then they all shoot into the coral and then they slowly come out of the coral again. It's feeding the fish, etc. But I remember the stars there in Egypt, playing a Fresh Air 5 track on my Walkman, which was able to reverse the tape. I've had several of those. Usually they break after a while, moving parts, etc. But there in the desert you can see the stars much more vividly than in also over here. If you're not in a big town, then still there are lots of lights, but over there was complete darkness, so then you can see. It's perfect for stargazing. So I try to be educational, but with some humor, and also to invite them to expose what they really don't want you to know, and especially the stuff you need to know to create a perfect society in which we all live happily eternally. The depopulation methods and ways to survive that. For example, with an air cleaner, with an ionizer, or just a cheap ionizer from eBay. So perhaps this is more educational than the mainstream media. Trump cabinet prepares for Hurricane Irma landfall. It seems to be one hurricane after another and quakes. Have they ever had this before? And is there any evidence that this is done with weather weapons, with ionospheric heaters? Is there a preamble with these earthquakes? If they're natural, then there's a preamble. If they're not natural, then sometimes there's a preamble as well. It depends on what method they're using. It's nice to one of my previous videos what I read about that on the seismographic charts. So we can read the latest mainstream media news on Iran nuclear deal.
An elegant but unconvincing attack on the Iran nuclear deal. Los Angeles Times 14 hours ago. Related coverage. Iran's partners in nuclear deal have more to lose if it is breached. From Iran. Tehran Times 9 hours ago. Washington Post. UN envoy Haley makes case for U.S. to potentially pull away from Iran nuclear deal. Washington Post. September 5, 2017. Jordan Times. Unwinding the Iran nuclear deal. Jordan Times. September 7, 2017. Foreign policy blog. What would U.S. withdrawal from the Iran nuclear deal look like? Foreign policy blog. August 31, 2017. Related coverage. How to get out of the Iran nuclear deal. Highly cited National Review. August 28, 2017.
So watch out, it's a Washington Post article. Washington Post articles, it's fake news. Project Mockingbird, CIA controlled mainstream media.
UN envoy Haley makes case for U.S. to potentially pull away from Iran nuclear deal. Nikki Haley, the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, spoke about the Iran nuclear deal at the American Enterprise Institute on Tuesday in Washington. Aaron P. Bernstein, Reuters, by Ann Gearan. September 5. UN Ambassador Nikki Haley made a case Tuesday for how the United States could back away from the landmark 2015 nuclear deal with Iran and suggested that President Trump may toss the issue to Congress. Haley did not directly champion a U.S. withdrawal, but she asserted that the nuclear restriction deal is a threat to U.S. national security because its structure leaves loopholes and discourages tough enforcement. You can't put lipstick on a pig, Haley said. We have to look at the reality that this deal is flawed. That appears to put her at odds with Secretary of State Rex Tillerson, who has argued that despite imperfections, the deal offers benefits including a reprieve from the imminent threat of an Iranian bomb and solidarity with European and Asian allies. Watch. Trump says Iran is not complying with nuclear deal. In an address to the Conservative American Enterprise Institute, Haley left little doubt that she would support a presidential finding next month that Iran is not complying with the deal. That would be a first step toward a U.S. withdrawal and would trigger a 60-day congressional review that Haley said would be beneficial. Congress could debate whether the nuclear deal is in fact too big to fail, Haley said. We should welcome a debate over whether the JCPOA is in U.S. national security interests, she said, using the abbreviation for the deal's formal title, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. Haley criticized specifics of the deal and said Iran is trying to duck scrutiny by insisting that the UN nuclear watchdog, the International Atomic Energy Agency, cannot inspect military sites at will. She met with the agency's director and got a technical briefing about Iranian inspections last month that critics said was aimed at finding a peg for U.S. claims that Iran is cheating. I.A.E.A. verification of Iran compliance with JCPOA is based on terms of agreement, not the ulterior motives of U.S. officials, nor of lobbyists, Iranian Foreign Minister Mohammad Javad Zarif wrote Saturday on Twitter. I.A.E.A. says Iran complying with 2015 nuclear deal. Haley's larger critique echoed Trump's America First rationale toward foreign policy. If the president finds that he cannot in good faith certify Iranian compliance, he would initiate a process whereby we move beyond narrow technicalities and look at the big picture, she said. At issue is our national security. It's past time we had an Iran nuclear policy that acknowledged that. Congress mandated a quarterly presidential certification that Iran is meeting its requirements, which Trump has twice signed off on with reluctance. After the last such certification, in July, Trump strongly suggested that he would say no at the next opportunity. In October, while I have discussed it with him, I do not know what decision he will make, Haley said. It is his decision to make, and his alone. If Trump did trigger a congressional review this fall, it would come on top of a long list of must-do legislation. The congressional requirement was a compromise that President Barack Obama accepted to win legislative backing for the deal, which he chose not to submit to the Senate for ratification as a treaty. Upon a finding that Iran is not complying, Congress would consider whether to reimpose U.S. sanctions lifted as part of the agreement, and U.S. participation in the international agreement would be in limbo. Other parties to the agreement have said they would not walk away simply because Trump finds Iran out of compliance. But an understanding between the United States and Iran after more than 3 decades of enmity was the cornerstone of the agreement, and it is not clear how important or effective the deal would be without Washington's participation. The historic nuclear deal with Iran, how it works, Checkpoint newsletter, military, defense and security at home and abroad. For advocates of the deal, everything in our relationship with the Iranian regime must now be subordinated to the preservation of the agreement, Haley said Tuesday. Iran's leaders exploit the inflexibility of the deal, Haley claimed, as well as international investment in preserving it. Just last month, when the United States imposed new sanctions in response to Iranian missile launches, Iran's leaders threatened once again to leave the JCPOA, she said. This arrogant threat tells us one thing: Iran's leaders want to use the nuclear deal to hold the world hostage to its bad behavior. The deal is backed by the United Nations and includes the 5 major nuclear powers that are permanent members of the UN Security Council. Our allies very much know that we should be concerned about Iran's compliance, Haley said. No, they don't want us to get out of the deal. But this is the thing. Are we going to take care of our allies and making sure they're comfortable? Or are we going to look out for our U.S. security interests?
why should we be concerned? Wouldn't that be paranoia, basically? With the missile shield and Israel having nuclear weapons as well. It's just an idea. Let's read some comments to this article.
Discussion Policy 53 comments mentioned in this story and want to comment? Learn more, please sign in to comment. All comments. Newest first. Pause live updates. Karanzeti Wall September 7, 2017 2:18 a.m. GMT plus 0200. Please citizens of USA. The world is begging, get rid of these people before they enslave us completely. They don't want to blow up anybody or anything, they just want a troop of desperate workers culled from current population by removal of all safety social nets, health, welfare, environment, you name it, they have it. The decimation of the North American states into a Russia, China-type communist, capitalist oligarchical dictatorship, please. Like, reply, share. Karanzeti Wall September 7, 2017 2:14 a.m. GMT plus 0200. Why doesn't Nikki just stay at home? Haley is obviously a Trump clone female type, and administers to Trump et al. She should stick to what she knows best, nothing. Like, reply, share. Pangloss September 6, 2017 9:59 p.m. GMT plus 0200. But, face it, Congress does need the work. They have nothing but time on their hands. Like, reply, share. Pangloss September 6, 2017 9:55 p.m. GMT plus 0200. Allies? Who's left? Like, reply, share. 1 Mijdrecht September 6, 2017 6:08 p.m. GMT plus 0200. Any congressman who supports any of his saber-rattling, gunboat diplomacy, nuclear brinksmanship or war-inciting behavior, decisions or actions should be tossed from office as soon as they can be pried out of their chairs. Like, reply, share. Karanzeti Wall September 7, 2017 2:15 a.m. GMT plus 0200. So-called diplomacy, resist, repeal, peace. Like, reply, Washpo 999 September 6, 2017 5:35 p.m. GMT plus 0200. I bet Nikki Haley came to America as a dreamer. Like, reply, share. 1 Karanzeti Wall September 7, 2017 2:16 a.m. GMT plus 0200. Actually dredged up in zombie condition in Florida and reinstated semi-human by committing unspeakable acts on Sessions Trump in trifecta. Like, reply, Washpo 999 September 6, 2017 5:33 p.m. GMT plus 0200. Yeah, why not? Put sanctions on Iran, and get out of the deal? Trump. Because the war front on North Korea is just not enough. We need two fronts to deal with. Who made Trump in charge anyways? Oh, the deplorables did. And don't you forget that. When it comes time to hire and fire, just remember the deplorables screwing up America. Like, reply, share. 1 Washpo 999.
So, the American people could also have chosen Hillary.
September 6, 2017 5:33 p.m. GMT plus 0200. Edited, Hurricane Trump is destroying America. Like, reply, share. 1 Bertman 69 September 6, 2017 2:25 p.m. GMT plus 0200. If pushing the U.S. and the world to the brink of war changes the narrative for this criminal administration, then they are all for it. They are clueless on not only how to act, but on what to do. Trump is clearly in way over his head and has no idea on how to govern other than sign executive orders, hoping Bob Mueller will make America great again soon. Trump for prison 2017. Like, reply, share. 1 Eisenhower Dwight D. USA September 6, 2017 9:50 a.m. GMT plus 0200. Haley is a rank amateur. Hardly a professional junior diplomat, much less a UN ambassador. She's completely completely in the deep end of the pool and in way over her head. This unskilled and untrained novice is a completely incompetent, irrelevant, and very unawares enabler to Trump's moronic infantilism. To say that she's semi-clueless would be an absolute compliment. She has consistently shown zero in-depth comprehension as to the internal dynamics of any of our adversarial, or our allied nations. In none of this is there an apparent strategic deep thought process allowing use of the cream of the UN's 190-plus member nations to facilitate back-channel negotiation of any settlement or solution of any long-lasting type. Adlai Stevenson is absolutely spinning in his grave at this nincompoop. Like reply share 1 Mijdrecht v September 6, 2017 6:27 p.m. GMT plus 0200. You are letting Haley off too easily. She knows what she's doing. She is as guilty as Trump for their foreign policy disasters. Like reply Curatica September 6, 2017 9:34 a.m. GMT plus 0200. Judas is pushing humankind to the brink. Like reply share to Bobby Barrett September 6, 2017 9:08 a.m. GMT plus 0200. I'm sorry but this feels like stirring a perfectly stable pot. Are we doing better with North Korea? Number, how is Iran a threat to U.S. safety right now? Even before the nuclear deal, most of what was said to the public was in fact scare tactics and exaggeration. Media kept reporting that Iran was only 2 months away from imminent nuclear capability at least 3 times over a course of several years. Most of it was poking by Israel. Like reply share Peter Smith September 6, 2017 9 o'clock a.m. GMT plus 0200. Edited. We have to look at the reality that this deal is flawed. No we don't. That is typical Republican, Israeli BS, without any facts to substantiate it. Before the deal, Iran had enough high-enriched uranium to make 10 nuclear weapons in a month's time. Now they have none, as far as we know. Now it would be a breakout time of 1 nuclear weapon in 1 year after they start cheating on a massive scale, and there is no evidence that they have started cheating at all. The deal has the toughest inspections regime ever imposed on a foreign power. The only thing better would be for Iran to give up their sovereignty and their peaceful nuclear program. The latter is something every signatory to the Non-Proliferation Treaty is entitled to. That is what Israel would like. Too bad. They can't have it. Iran would never have budged on that. Does Israel want us to wage a proxy war in their behalf? Like reply share 1 Brun September 6, 2017 7:05 a.m. GMT plus 0200. Iran's deep desire to keep its military bases off limits from inspection already created the high probability that Iran is cheating and conducting nuclear work in those safe zones. Remember, in the ramp-up of its nuclear program, which Iran always claimed never existed, the regime spread its development and research work across the vast deserts of Iran and buried them deep in fortified bunkers. The I.A.E.A. has never had a complete and thorough accounting of every potential nuclear site in Iran. Like reply share 1 Schnauzer 21 September 6, 2017 1:10 p.m. GMT plus 0200. Its military bases are off-limits to U.S. inspectors. I.A.E.A. inspectors can, however not at will. Not a single country allows at-will inspections of their military bases by others. Like reply 3 Squeezen September 6, 2017 6:43 a.m. GMT plus 0200. It's amazing to me that John Kerry, who gave his life's blood to create the treaty, is totally quiet. The treaty is completed. The U.S. signed it and now they are looking for ways to get out it. The U.S. was very worried Iran would cheat and now it looks like the U.S. will cheat. I smell Trump. Like reply share to more most read. 1. Devastated island of Barbuda catches a break from HAAE, although there isn't much left to destroy. 2. Escaping North Korea, we had already decided to kill ourselves rather than be sent back. 3. I thought I was gone, what it's like to be rescued from Hurricane Irma by U.S. soldiers.
So I think these are some very nice, interesting, well-written replies, basically. So let's read some more of these replies on the WashingtonPost.com.
It's amazing to me that John Kerry, who gave his life's blood to create the treaty, is totally quiet. The treaty is completed. The US signed it and now they are looking for ways to get out it. The US was very worried Iran would cheat and now it looks like the US will cheat. I smell Trump. Like reply share to Otto Licius September 6, 2017 6:15 a.m. GMT plus 0200. Edited. Israelis and I.A.E.A are working hard. The deal was not signed with the US. It was signed with the EU, Russia, China, England, and France. Like reply share for Haberner September 6, 2017 5:52 a.m. GMT plus 0200. Edited. There are only two ways to keep Iran from developing a nuclear weapon. One is the agreement we have with them now, the other is war. In the last few days, Haley has made statements in favor of war with both North Korea and Iran. And what are we objecting to? Missile tests. We test missiles. Other countries test missiles. At least she uses folksy saying when threatening war. Kicking the can down the road and lipstick on a pig. War doesn't seem so scary then. In fact, it's downright witty. Let's not start another war. Like reply share 3 Jordan 18 September 6, 2017 5:18 a.m. GMT plus 0200. You can't put lipstick on a pig, Haley said. That's BS. Palin wears it every day. Like reply share to Curatica September 6, 2017 9:31 a.m. GMT plus 0200. Smile like reply about _ me September 6, 2017 5:12 a.m. GMT plus 0200. Nikki Haley is upset that Iran might harm U.S. citizens. I guess she doesn't want the competition. https://www.youtube.com/watch V equals BWJWJZ1HLG0 http://www.pbs.org/independentland/films/Wilhelmina. Like reply share 1 Alex 1952 September 6, 2017 4:40 a.m. GMT plus 0200. Edited. Smart people, those Republicans. We cut a deal with Iran so for the next 15 years or so, we don't have to worry as much about them developing a nuclear weapon. So let's cancel that so Iran can restart development in 6 months. Why should Japan, Guam, and Hawaii have all the fun of being a potential nuclear target when we can add Europe and Israel to the list too? When Iran gets their bomb, and if someone like Netanyahu is in charge of Israel, then the bander will be just like Trump and Kim Jong-un. Like reply share 3 Herman Stotman September 6, 2017 4:06 a.m. GMT plus 0200. While not a fan of Obama, the Iranian nuclear deal was one of the really good things he accomplished. Trump should send neocons HAAE packing. She is a warmonger and an idiot. The sooner she is gone the better off our country will be. Like reply share 1 Peter Smith September 6, 2017 9:10 a.m. GMT plus 0200. Good idea, but Trump would never send her packing. Trump and Haley are of like mind in the warmonger and idiot department. If anything, Haley is a stabilizing influence. I know that is hard to believe, but consider the moron she is stabilizing. Like reply Cody Gold September 6, 2017 3:36 a.m. GMT plus 0200. Month after month the UN, I.A.E.A. and the EU certify that Iran is holding its own end of the bargain and is in full compliance with the agreement, and yet this charlatan's administration says otherwise but still signs off on it. He now has a clever way out of it. Send the certification to the Congress whose members are all in the pocket of Israel lobby and let them decide. Like reply share for wrong answer September 6, 2017 3:28 a.m. GMT plus 0200. I knew we were in trouble when Trump replaced Ernest Moniz with Rick Perry. We can at least be thankful Trump didn't send him to talk with the head of the I.A.E.A. Talk about a downgrade in talent. Like reply share 1 Kumkum September 6, 2017 3:34 a.m. GMT plus 0200. The MIT nuclear physicist versus Rick Perry. Like reply Ersmoot September 6, 2017 3:13 a.m. GMT plus 0200 great ... So the answer is to basically give Iran an excuse to start up again. Then we have a North Korea situation in the Middle East. I fail to see the logic in this. Like reply share 2 blown up September 6, 2017 3:06 a.m. GMT plus 0200 sweet. If a president finds anything too complicated or divisive that is difficult to handle, pass it on to Congress, a collection of great minds and interests that represent the best in our collective U.S. values, vision, and strategy for realizing common good and world peace. Meanwhile, such a president can enjoy the best chocolate cake, golfing, makeup, hair maintenance, and pep rallies anyone can afford. Like reply share 1 Kumkum September 6, 2017 3:36 a.m. GMT plus 0200 the taxpayers pay his many, unnecessary, unprecedented bills. Like reply Willie Auger September 6, 2017 1:25 a.m. GMT plus 0200 we flattened Iraq, massacred thousands of totally innocent people, but Iran is the boogeyman? Who have they attacked lately? Like reply share 3 Herman Stotman September 6, 2017 4:14 a.m. GMT plus 0200 right on Willie. Iran has not attacked anyone in over 250 years. Maybe we should ask who is the real problem in the Mideast. Who has Israel attacked in the last 10 years? Like reply to the LSNR September 6, 2017 1:07 a.m. GMT plus 0200 Miss Haley. Please detail how Iran's nuclear program in its exact current form is a threat to the security of the United States and or our allies. Have any of the other P5+1 expressed similar concerns regarding Iranian violations of the JCPOA? I'd be a little more concerned with the guy with the bad haircut in North Korea. And that's not to say Iran shouldn't be watched very closely. But I'll be damned if you don't all give the impression that all that matters to the so-called Trump administration is to undo anything and everything done by the Obama administration. It's been more than blatant. Like reply share 5 Mark Tully September 6, 2017 1:05 a.m. GMT plus 0200 nice lipstick, Nikki. Like reply share 1 blown top September 6, 2017 3:13 a.m. GMT plus 0200 such a sad expression. She should be replaced by Trump's daughter, much more poised under pressure. She always look like she is listening, serious, and happy, no matter what she is thinking or feeling, if anything. Like reply to Kumkum September 6, 2017 3:40 a.m. GMT plus 0200 MD Funko looks better seated at the Resolute desk in the Oval Office, at tables with heads of state at the G20 summit, and behind Putin's desk than Nikki would. So, very weird. Like Richard Rich 77 September 6, 2017 12:46 a.m. GMT plus 0200 Iran and North Korea are opening Pandora's nuke box. We all know how that story ends. Like reply share 1 Richard Rich 77 September 6, 2017 12:46 a.m. GMT plus 0200 Iran and North Korea are opening Pandora's nuke box.
So basically here I am on costofwar.com. They're forwarded to nationalpriorities.org. And then I see here nuclear weapons in 2016. And that meter is going up. Perhaps there's something I'm not getting, but we're in 2017 now. Still, total cost of war is pretty interesting.
Total cost of war since 2001. Every hour, taxpayers in the United States are paying $8.36 million for total cost of war since 2001. $178,498,562,3923.
So is it 1,784,985,600,000 total cost of war since 2001 for the American taxpayers. So it's good that it's online so they can see how much they're spending.
Tidelandum September 6, 2017 12:42 a.m. GMT plus 0200. This is pure insanity. How delighted and relieved would US be if US could get an agreement half as good to restrain Korea's atomic bomb program? Like reply share DB September 6, 2017 12:40 a.m. GMT plus 0200. Actually, Haley is taking an Israel first stand with an eye to Israel lobby money when she runs for higher office. She is just another lapdog for the liquid. Like reply share 5 Amida September 6, 2017 12:34 a.m. GMT plus 0200. Edited, cook the books as you did prior to Iraq invasion. That has been such a happy experience. Neocons want to send more American kids to war and make Middle East even more chaotic. Like reply share 7 JB 714 September 6, 2017 12:04 a.m. GMT plus 0200. The previous admin left us in bad shape. Like reply share CRM 114 September 6, 2017 12:26 a.m. GMT plus 0200. You can think that way if you live in cloud cuckoo land or believe a man who lies at every turn. Trump has shown himself to be the most untrustworthy head of state that ever lived. He is driving the U.S. into a ditch. The only thing he knows is how to crash and burn. Like reply 3 to pragmatist September 6, 2017 3:08 a.m. GMT plus 0200. How so? Like reply 1 Kumkurm September 6, 2017 3:37 a.m. GMT plus 0200. Excuse me? How, exactly? Like reply RZZZZZ September 6, 2017 12:02 a.m. GMT plus 0200. Monday, Netanyahu is facing all sorts of legal peril in Israel, and a good old-fashioned surprise attack would change the headlines for good. What's world peace compared to reality TV? Like reply share 6 The other Paul Rudolph September 5, 2017 11:58 p.m. GMT plus 0200. The U.S. has no legal or moral basis for acting against other countries trying to get weapons. The U.S. has set aside human rights, and along with it, moral authority. Like reply share 2 JB 714 September 6, 2017 12:03 a.m. GMT plus 0200. Poppycock. Like reply Norm Deepen September 6, 2017 3:12 a.m. GMT plus 0200. Powerful put down there. Like Zabaglian September 5, 2017 11:57 p.m. GMT plus 0200. And replace it with what? This administration has an aptitude for canceling past programs, but not offering a sensible replacement.
Perhaps it's just mainstream media fluff. It's just a game to their way of bargaining, basically. So one idea was that they're playing us like a fiddle, that they're just making us stuff up in the mainstream media, that there in reality there is no agreement. It's just because the mainstream media needs something to write about, you know. They cannot say, oh, sorry, no news today. Hasta la vista. So, okay. Yeah, that's really something. Costofwar.com. Cost of military action against ISIS. $16,723,000,000. Cost of war in Afghanistan, 783 billion. Or whatever. Cost of war in Iraq, 820 billion. Every hour, taxpayers in the United States are paying $117,035 for cost of war in Iraq, according to nationalpriorities.org. Plus the depleted uranium babies, tactical nukes in Syria, etc. So I think many people think that making America great again also means less atrocities in foreign countries that the American taxpayers have to pay for. And that Trump rating going up may also have had other reasons than the bombing in Syria. And if that's an electronic voting system, then I don't believe that these results can be accurate. So I don't believe in electronic voting because of wireless energy. So with that neural network and wireless energy, they can change data on a computer hard disk and do things with the operating system, etc. And also read people's minds with synthetic telepathy. And of course they can also remotely torture people with directed energy weapons. So fair trial is also impossible. That's what I claim. And I've been studying these things for quite a couple of years, since we found information about that Mijdrecht pattern that describes how people are brain controlled. And that also refers to the Brown pattern that describes how antennas can be used to monitor a person's brainwave. Two beams, which can be wireless energy, scalar waves for Nikola Tesla, not microwaves, which is a common misconception among targeted individuals. They think they've been attacked with microwave weapons, but in reality they are scalar weapons. They use wireless energy, so you cannot measure that with an expensive microwave meter. But cancer cell phone radiation is also used to depopulate Earth. 1 in 2 Americans will get cancer, according to Medscape.com, and I think that's one too many, I always say. So it's a good idea to shield with aluminum foil on the wall. For example, you can also put it on the outside of a hat so that it's not in any way in contact with your head. And I'm preparing a pipe. So more about this on 999 Prologic 999.blog2blog.nl, number 2, blog2blog.nl, 999 Prologic. So that's the number 999, and you can always Skype me, Prologic 999. It would be cool to have somebody in the broadcast live, etc. But if YouTube is selectively blocking my videos, then that's probably not gonna happen. So if the goal is a world war, then they might make unsuspected moves, basically. Some people are bloody serious. Some people are bloody serious about depopulating Earth to 500 million. Hurricane Irma puts a bullseye on Tampa. Well, we also used to go to Florida, but I've never witnessed a hurricane. So I hope it doesn't hit Butterfly World. And that animals in the monkey jungle are also protected and stuff. Tim's ready to deal with Trump, but it's complicated. But are they also ready to deal with Hillary? Well, I think that calls for white jihad are disgusting. And I'm for de-Islamization of the world. Actually, I'm for de-religionization. Getting rid of religion through education. Religion is an abomination, an illusion. Religion is slavery for the mind, okay? So brainwashing yourself with lies, which they call prayer, is not going to make it true either, no matter how much you would like that. So these 5 fictional hereafters, heaven, hell, bottomless pit, resurrection and reincarnation, are fake. It's YOLO. You only live once, and that's the truth. Islamic Jihad calls for Abbas to stop punishing Gaza. So we have to control these factors that control aging as fast as possible. Because every day we're growing younger. From the Olympic Village to global jihad. So perhaps if they would have spent that money for the cost of war on controlling these factors that control aging, then perhaps they would have had a way to stop aging for themselves. But now they don't have that, of course, and they don't have these dollars anymore. So we need depolarization, stabilization, humanization, generating an economic surge, and demilitarization. And that's the opposite of what they have in mind. To create a perfect society in which we all will live happily eternally. Which is possible because everything is energy, so never let anybody tell you that it's not possible. They're lying if they do. So death is not inevitable, which is a lie many people are programmed with to depopulate them. Israel just bombed a chemical weapons factory that Syria shouldn't have had. Let's see. Warincontext.org. It's not hard to make sarin. You could mix it in the backyard, two chemicals melded together. Seymour Hersh interviewed on CNN. So a gas mask may also be a good idea. Trump's election integrity quote chair says new data backs up his voter fraud claims he's wrong. On Vox.com. Hurricane Irma is about to hit Tampa, a terrifyingly vulnerable city. So why are they not talking about using these ionospheric heaters or whatever to avoid that thing from striking Tampa, basically? Or would they like to be hit? It's like adventurous and then they can put it on YouTube. On these mainstream media websites. Perhaps they don't care. Perhaps they can also do it to their own chemical weapons facilities.
Israel just bombed a chemical weapons factory that Syria shouldn't have had. This could also raise tensions with Iran and Hezbollah. An Israeli F-16 jet takes off on December 9, 2014 at the Avda Air Base in the Negev Desert near Eilat, southern Israel. Photo by Laur Mizrahi, Getty Images. While the international media was transfixed by the crisis in North Korea this week, Israel did something provocative and potentially dangerous. It bombed a suspected Syrian chemical weapons factory. It's a move that escalates Jerusalem's quiet involvement in the Syrian civil war and that may heighten tensions with Iran. Around 2:42 a.m. local time on Thursday, Israeli jets attacked a Syrian military installation near the city of Mijdrecht that allegedly produces chemical weapons and advanced missiles. The Syrian army said 2 soldiers died, while the Syrian Observatory for Human Rights, the UK-based monitoring organization that supports anti-government forces in the civil war, claims there were at least 7 casualties. In a statement, the Syrian military said there could be serious repercussions of such acts of aggression on the security and stability of the region. The Israeli government didn't comment on the operation. But it looks like it hit Syria to prevent Iranian ally Hezbollah, a Lebanese militant group that considers Israel an enemy, from acquiring precision-guided missiles to use against Israel. And the strikes came just one day after the United Nations blamed Syrian forces for a chemical weapons attack in April. After that attack, President Donald Trump ordered 59 Tomahawk missiles on a Syrian military base but didn't completely destroy it. Israel's strikes, however, appear to have hit much harder. And it's a very big deal that Syria still had a chemical weapons facility, given that it had earlier promised to give up all of those weapons. But even though the facility was in Syrian territory, the real target of the strike was Iran. That's because Tehran has spent the past 5 years fighting to keep Assad in power while taking advantage of the civil war's chaos to gain more control in the region, in part by providing Hezbollah with advanced weapons. Israel, however, is willing to use military force to stop it from achieving those goals, and that could lead to problems down the road. This is something Israel cannot accept. There's little doubt that Israel is trying to send a message to Iran and Hezbollah. Iran is busy turning Syria into a base of military entrenchment, Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel's prime minister, said at a news conference last week. It wants to use Syria and Lebanon as war fronts against its declared goal to eradicate Israel. This is something Israel cannot accept, he continued.
Basically, I'm looking at this image here, Hurricane Irma, where the storm is and where it's heading. And then you see it's heading in this direction all the time. And then near Florida, all of a sudden, whoop, it goes up into the US. Amazing.
That line of argument has been used by other senior members of the Israeli government. Everything will be done to prevent the existence of a Shiite corridor from Tehran to Damascus, Israeli Defense Minister Avigdor Lieberman said during a radio interview on Thursday. Israel has launched around 100 strikes inside Syria over the past 5 years, according to Amir Eshel, a former chief of the Israeli Air Force. Usual targets include convoys of Syrian military or Hezbollah members. But Yaakov Amidrer, a former Israeli national security advisor, told reporters in a conference call that Thursday's airstrikes went further than other attacks because it targeted the chemical weapons center. Israel is particularly worried about Hezbollah because they fought each other before. In 2006, they battled in a month-long war where the militant group fired more than 4,000 rockets into Israel, and Israeli forces fired around 7,000 bombs and missiles into Lebanon. About 160 Israeli troops and civilians died, according to the Israel Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and about 1,100 Lebanese, most of them civilians, perished, per the Human Rights Watch, a U.S.-headquartered advocacy organization. It also reports about 4,400 Lebanese were injured, and around 1 million people were displaced. Today, Israel believes Hezbollah has around 150,000 rockets at its disposal. But those weapons aren't as advanced as the precision weapons made at the facility Israel struck. If Hezbollah acquired them, then it could more effectively damage Israel in a future war. It's worth noting the timing of the strikes. On Wednesday, a UN commission said Syria was responsible for killing around 80 people with chemical weapons in the town of Khan Sheikhoun. Assad denies his government had anything to do with the attack. In 2013, Syria promised to give up his chemical weapons as part of a diplomatic deal with Russia and the United States to avert a planned American strike that would have been in response to Assad gassing almost 1,000 of his own citizens to death near Damascus. The factory that was targeted in Masyaf produces the chemical weapons and barrel bombs that have killed thousands of Syrian civilians. Amos Yadlin, a former head of Israeli intelligence, tweeted on September 7. Hezbollah and Assad-backed forces have yet to strike back after Israeli attacks in Syria. As the New York Times notes, that's likely because they prefer to focus on winning the civil war rather than on another fight with Israel. But that could change. Now it's important to keep the escalation in check and to prepare for a Syrian-Iranian-Hezbollah response and even opposition from Russia, Yadlin tweeted. So far, at least, Syria and Hezbollah haven't hit back. Now, woman who chose baby instead of chemotherapy has died, ABC News 10 hours ago. A female Viking warrior confirmed by Genomics, Haden Sterna Johnson, 2017, American Journal of Physical. Computers can now tell if white people are gay or straight. LGBTQ Nation 9 hours ago.
I totally doubt it. This is some kind of joke.
Face plus plus. They plugged those images into Face++, a program that analyzes and recognizes faces, in order to develop a model that could assign a probability that someone is gay or straight, depending on hundreds of traits that the program found in people's faces. The researchers then used that model to assign probabilities to another set of face pics. When comparing a gay man's face to a straight man's face, the model assigned a higher probability of being gay to the gay man 81% of the time. It gave the gay man a higher probability 91% of the time when 5 pics were available. For women, the model was correct 71% of the time with 1 image and 83% of the time when there were 5 pics available. They tested the model on pics from Facebook too, just in case dating sites are weird, and they got similar results. They also used the program to determine what parts of the face are more informative about people's sexual orientation. Red areas provided the most information about sexual orientation. Using the 100 images most likely to be gay and straight for both men and women, they created composite face images. The most informative traits were both things that can be easily controlled by people and things that can't. Lesbian women had larger jaws and narrower foreheads than straight women, and they were also more likely to wear hats and not wear makeup in their pictures. Gay men had narrower jaws and longer noses than straight men, but they also were less likely to have facial hair.
So basically, it cannot tell with certainty if a person is heterosexual or homosexual or lesbian. But it is really something if it's that accurate, and that's pretty interesting. But what's the use? Isn't it just discrimination? And I'm still a hetero, so single ladies are welcome for the free shiatsu hand massage, or to drink something, or watch a movie on the 3D monitor. Also, people can always Skype BroLogic999. My father has been saying that he's been getting the message that I'm offline or whatever, though I'm online. So let's see if there's other interesting news.
So can computers tell who is gay now? Not really. The study found that a gay person's picture would usually be assigned a higher probability of being gay than a straight person's picture. So, for example, if 2 pictures were compared and one had a 54% chance of being gay and the other had a 43% chance of being gay, most of the time the first one will be the one from a gay person. But a 54% chance of a picture being from a gay person is not enough for anyone to figure out that someone is gay.
So on the SPI of sexual identity in the UK in 2014, we see heterosexual is 92.8%. Gay and lesbian 1.1%, bisexual 0.5%, other 0.3%, don't know, refuse 3.9%, non-response 1.4%. Most of the gay men live in London, according to this YouGov.co.uk. Wang and Kosinski mention this in relation to the theory that sexual orientation is set in the womb based on hormones that fetuses get exposed to. If a male fetus gets exposed to fewer androgens, hormones that include testosterone, than average, then it might turn out to be a gay boy, and the reverse for female fetuses. The show will continue in a few moments.
Computers can now tell if white people are gay or straight.
Sup, Jew? You're Jewish. Dude is Jewish. Kyle is a Jew rat. Kyle, so help me God, if you Jew us out on this one, I will fucking kill you. Just shut your Jew mouth! Sneaky Jew! You dumb Jew. Then you filthy Jew! You sneaky Jew rat. Jews have been persecuted across the earth for good reason. Jews being lame and stuff. All Jews carry gold in a little bag around their necks. The Jews took all the money away. Jewish people don't have rhythm. Jews can't play basketball. Jews cannot play hockey. Jews can't be paladins. Jews can't be pirates. You fucking Jews ruined Christmas because Jews don't believe in heaven. Stan, you're a Jew? Come on, Butters, you stupid Jew. Kitty, you're a Jew. My friend Kyle is a Jew, too. Shut up, you shifty Jew! Oh, yeah? Well, you're a stupid Jew. You're a Jew. Shut your goddamn Jew mouth! Good job, Jew. I'd rather hang out at home than have to be around you and your Jew mom for a day. Jew, bitch! At least I'm not a stupid Jew. I tried to have all the Jews exterminated last spring. Goddamn Jews! Jew! 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 Jews! Jew! 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 Jews! Jews! Hey, you guys, you know what they call a Jewish woman's boobs? Jubes.
So that's the video, YouTube video. South Park, Eric Cartman doesn't like the Jews. Anti-Semitic or not? Racist? So seriously, it's time to arrest these committee of 300 members and of course the Freemasons, all secret society members that have depopulated and advocate depopulating Earth. Killing one person is illegal already, let alone getting rid of billions of people, exterminating 7 billion people to depopulate to 500 million. And their book quotes and Georgia Guidestones of $1 million with human blood on top of them make clear that they're absolutely bloody serious. That they're bloody serious about this. So if that's not happening, then people in the government have to take action themselves, and citizens as well, basically. To execute them, of course. With a bomb or sniper rifle, poison arrows, with a mask on and a timer. It's stupid to blow yourself up. Don't blow yourself up. And only if it's proven beyond any reasonable doubt that they're murderers and you have tried legal ways. If they control the judge with directed energy weapons, etc. And these people are not brought to justice, though it's known they did it. If they've killed like 10 people or hundreds of people, then why not? So yeah, somebody might Skype me with statistics. So it's clear that Jews own 90% of the mainstream media and they're overrepresented at Harvard, etc. but I'm looking for statistics that prove they are overrepresented among the best jobs as well. And I know it exists, I've seen it in a documentary or whatever, but I'm not sure if I downloaded it. This is controlled opposition, also controlled by, exposed by many other people, and I still have to read this basically. So basically these slideshows were made pretty fast to have something to put on when I'm reading or doing something else. I'm not allowed to show myself naked on YouTube, though I've also seen porn blowjobs on YouTube, really. Normal porn. I downloaded it, perhaps it's removed now, I don't know. And I've covered the fake Apollo moon landings. The NASA moon landing hoax, Apollo moon landing hoax. And the NASA video that proves beyond any reasonable doubt that NASA did not land on the moon, at least not Apollo. They may have saucers in Antarctica. And it may be impossible to travel in space for two reasons. Simple ones. One is if you drive in a car, then the tires push. Let me put some video on this as well. Looking for my webcam. There it is. So when you're driving in a car, against a tetracycle car, a tachinelis against a tetracycle car, and these are police provocateurs that did this, agent provocateurs. You can Google it, find the wiki article, agent provocateurs. So the thing is, if you drive a car, then you push the molecules of the road basically with the wheel, and that makes the car go forward. If you're in a boat, then you use an engine that pushes the water. And if you're in a plane, then you have a wing and the air molecules. And because of the shape of the wing, which is kind of like this, then the air molecules form a sort of vacuum or whatever that pulls up the plane. So then the air molecules are pushed, and that provides thrust. But in space you have nothingness, you have no air molecules, nothing. So how would they have thrust in space is one question then. And the other one was, if you put a balloon in a vacuum chamber, you have a glass jar basically, and then they can pump the air out of the chamber. You also have stuff to vacuum food basically, so it stays fresh longer. Then we see that balloon explodes. So why would their spacesuit not explode when they go into space and their spaceship, if there's air in the spaceship? What would pressure be on the spaceship wall, etc.? Because we also see these balloons that people let up with a camera in them, and then when they are high enough, then the balloon pops and then the camera falls back to Earth, and everybody can do that experiment for themselves. And I think you can see clearly on these videos that the Earth has a curvature, that the Earth is spherical, it's oblong, it's not a perfect sphere. And that overlooking a bay, you can also see that the Earth has a curvature. So they try to mix the lie that the Earth is flat with that evidence that proves that we never landed on the moon. They have a top 10. But the best video is that NASA video. They don't have that in their top 10 for some reason. That NASA video that proves that the Apollo moon landings are fake, with that plate that I've shown. The astronaut moves a plate and then it falls, and you can hear that plate fall through his microphone of his helmet. And that's impossible because in space there's a vacuum, so there cannot be sound in space in reality. And in later videos they've corrected that. But more and more people are beginning to understand that these Freemasons of NASA are scamming the people, and that may also be to hide the real technology, saucer technology, etc. But the main thing is creating a crisis big enough, of course, so, and that takes money from the taxpayers away, basically. Several things like bar and like 52% or so of the American taxpayer money goes to defense, to the military-industrial complex. So I'm a conspiracy factist, not a conspiracy theorist. And I think YouTube are selectively blocking my videos, or it's done by MI5, NSA, whatever, Jesuits and Masons depopulating Earth. So I wouldn't dream of blaming all the Jewish people for that shit, and I think I've been studying the alt-right too much, basically, because of these demos and shit going on. Or not. Well, I think it is funny, basically. One of my friends, I remember that we were traveling abroad. I don't know if it was Spain or something like that. Tenerife, perhaps. And we ordered pancakes. And there was, I think, one Jewish person and 4 of us in total or something. Perhaps there were more Jewish people. That was in Paris, I think. Anyway, those were friends from school. And one of them cut a swastika out of a pancake, basically, and they all had to laugh, so... But I don't know if the Jewish person also had to laugh, anyway. So they would claim it's a religious thing and not racism when 90% of the mainstream media is owned by Jews and all the best jobs are taken by Jewish people, etc. And refusing non-Jews and stuff like that, not allowing marriage of a non-Jew to a Jewish person in Israel, segregation of Palestinians and Jewish people, etc. David Duke has more information about this, so he claims that there is a quote of Netanyahu claiming that Jewish people is a race, and basically if it's people from Judah, and only they claim that only people with a Jewish mother are Jewish, then you could argue that it's more of a racial thing than a religious thing. Especially if you can also see it in their DNA, supposedly. And then you have some people that claim that only black people can be Jewish. So then I'd have to check after how many generations. Can that be after one generation? If you have one person with dark skin, one person with light skin, can the person be white or black? Or is it known whether the person would be black or white or whatever? Probably depends on their genes. And I think it's not important. We're all the human race. So I think it's a pure waste of time. It's better to try to control these factors that control aging ourselves, if you ask me, or to have sex. I'm moving to display capture. Oh, I put off the camera again because it may take a bit too much CPU. So I keep it prepared so I can switch if I want to. So let's leave this article. Trump panel said to be pushing for quote mini nukes unquote to make nuclear strikes easier. They already have mini nukes regarded. When you have scalar weapons, why would you use nuclear weapons? It's kind of inhumane. I can show the depleted uranium babies again. Why not? So if you don't want to see that, then don't look at the screen. Now the computer is kind of hanging. Mouse pointer is hanging. They do that, of course, as my Jesuits. The war crime. Because it's a weapon of mass destruction, WMD. Depleted uranium. And if it's not a war crime, I think it should be one. So you can pause it if you want to look at it longer. Well, we can read this article. Let's hope it's fake. Independent Co. UK. Here we go.
Trump panel said to be pushing for mini nukes to make nuclear strikes easier. Advocates say the plan would give military commanders more flexibility. Emily Schuderman, New York, 10 hours ago. 10 comments. 56 click to follow the independent U.S. Donald Trump. President Donald Trump is reportedly reviewing proposals to add smaller, less powerful mini nukes to the United States nuclear arsenal. The proposal stems from Mr. Trump's nuclear posture review, which he ordered in January to assess the country's nuclear arsenal. Sources tell Politico that the high-level panel is pushing for the development of these low-yield bombs. Such bombs, which carry far less power than those the U.S. used in the Second World War, would give military commanders more options. But detractors say they could also increase the appeal of using nuclear weapons. Some worry that the use of smaller, more palatable nuclear bombs could quickly escalate into all-out nuclear war. Read more. North Koreans will eat grass but will not give up nuclear program. The plan would also be a stark reversal from the policies of former President Barack Obama, who had prohibited the development of new nuclear weapons. The U.S. has not conducted a nuclear test in 25 years. The U.S. already possesses some smaller nuclear weapons, as holdovers from the Cold War era. 1/3 of the nuclear arsenal is already considered low yield, or can be dialed back for a smaller effect, according to defense analysts. Kim Jong-un inspects weapon North Korea says is powerful hydrogen bomb. 6 show. But any plan to increase the nuclear arsenal would have to be approved by Congress, likely sparking a heated debate. The Pentagon proposed modifying a weapon for smaller targets during the George W. Bush administration, but was thwarted by Congress. There's one role, and only one role, for nuclear weapons, and that's deterrence. We cannot, must not, will not ever countenance their actual use. Democratic Senator.
Does this mean that these things are now in the hands of civilians, or perhaps it's fake or whatever?
Dianne Feinstein told Roll Call when a Pentagon advisory board floated the idea in February. She added, "I've fought against such reckless efforts in the past and will do so again, with every tool at my disposal." Play video. Play 0:101. Share full screen. United States nuclear arsenal in 60 seconds. Still, the idea has had sticking power in the Trump administration. The Defense Science Board first suggested developing low-yield bombs in February. 6 months later, the vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff indicated that the military were also pushing for their development. "Whether we do it with a ballistic missile or re-entry vehicle or other tool in the arsenal, it's important to have variable-yield nukes," said Air Force General Paul Silva, the second most powerful military official in the U.S. Advocates say the plan would give the U.S. more flexibility in pursuing nuclear options. While North Korea has been dominating nuclear news, experts say these weapons could also help deter Russia, which has already threatened to use mini-nukes in the conflict in Ukraine. If the only options we have are to go with high-yield weapons that create a level of indiscriminate killing that the president can't accept, then we haven't presented him with an option to respond to a nuclear attack in kind, General Silva said. H-912 transport container for Mk-54 SADM. A suitcase nuclear device, also suitcase bomb, backpack nuke, mini nuke and pocket nuke, is a hypothetical tactical nuclear weapon which is portable enough that it could use a suitcase as its delivery method. Both the United States and the Soviet Union developed nuclear weapons small enough to be portable in specially designed backpacks during 1950s and 1960s. 1-2. The term suitcase, nuclear/atomic, bomb was introduced still during the 1950s with the prospect of reducing the size of the smallest tactical nuclear weapons even further, albeit purely as a figure of speech. For miniaturization, not necessarily for the delivery in actual suitcases. 3. While the technical feasibility of such devices in principle is undisputed. 4. The theoretical minimum mass of a plutonium-239 fission warhead being estimated at close to 15 kilograms. 5. Neither the United States nor the Soviet Union have ever made public the existence or development of weapons small enough to fit into a normal-sized suitcase or briefcase. In the mid-1970s, debate shifted from the possibility of developing such a device for the military to concerns over its possible use in terrorism. 6. The concept became a staple of the spy thriller genre in the later Cold War era.
I think these weapons are disgusting and they should be forbidden worldwide. And it's enforceable with the directed energy weapons that have made nuclear weapons obsolete.
The 105mm M900 AFST, depleted uranium armor-piercing fin-stabilized discarding sabot, tracer. A hollow point bullet is an expanding bullet that has a pit or hollowed-out shape in its tip, often intended to cause the bullet to expand upon entering a target in order to decrease penetration and disrupt more tissue as it travels through the target. It is also used for controlled penetration, where over-penetration could cause collateral damage, such as aboard an aircraft. In target shooting, they are used for greater accuracy and reduction of smoke, fouling, and lead vapor exposure, as hollow point bullets have an enclosed base while traditional bullets have an exposed lead base. $1.6 billion rounds of ammo for Homeland Security? It's time for a https://www.forbes.com. Whoa. First they bought 1.6 billion rounds of ammo, now Homeland Security is buying bulk riot control gear. They know what's coming. By I.A.E.A. Mijdrecht, published April 3, 2015, investmentwatchblog.com.
So it's best not to be in the country when it goes down, if some type of major event would happen. And some people expect an EMP, more hurricanes, volcanoes, the Yellowstone volcano, and perhaps nuclear. So a radiological water filter, storable food, perhaps a gas mask, iodine pills. A prepper bag. That's a good idea. And a safe room. I'd advise that if you're Tom Cruise.
One of the biggest stories for years in the alternative media was the mysterious and foreboding purchase by Homeland Security of more than 1.6 billion rounds of ammunition. Thanks to coverage on prominent sites like Drudge Report, the story reached into mainstream media, prompting official spin and downplaying of the purchase. Now, a new Homeland Security purchase order listed on FedBizOps also raises an eyebrow or two, given the heated and divided political and social climate at hand. A request for less lethal specialty munitions for use by Homeland Security dated March 23, 2015 reads, U.S. Customs and Border Protection, CBP, intends to solicit responses to Request for Information, RFI, 20,082,225 JTC for less lethal specialty munitions, LLSM, for use by the Department of Homeland Security, DHS. CBP is interested in incorporating commercial and industry practices that support this type of procurement. To accomplish this, CBP intends to make industry a partner in all facets of the acquisition process, specifically by considering existing market capabilities, strengths and weaknesses for the acquisition of this commodity. Over the course of 9 pages, PDF, the technical requirements call for an arsenal of specialized weaponry for training and deployment against crowds, on top of a wide range of gas and chemical grenades, rubber bullets and other riot rounds. The purchase calls for controlled noise and light distraction devices, including flash bangs which set off a 175 decibel sound with 6 to 8 million candelas light bursts in 10 milliseconds. So why are the feds prepping to take on crowds? Officially, the request is put through Customs and Border Patrol, a subset of the Department of Homeland Security, but it is unlikely that the equipment will be used to protect the border and keep out illegal aliens. But the riot gear and crowd control devices have many potential uses, perhaps the equipment for use in instances like last year, when protesters in Mijdrecht confronted Customs and Border Patrol agents and blocked buses carrying a wave of illegal immigrants from Central America. The requested equipment includes hand-delivered pyrotechnic canisters, including smoke canister for training, reduce toxicity, continuous discharge large smoke canister, operations, continuous discharge CS canister orange-colored smoke canister green-colored smoke canister pocket tactical smoke canister pocket tactical CS canister 3-part submunition CS canister non-burning internal canister AUG grenade, non-pyrotechnic outdoor use, flameless expulsion grenade, AUG, flameless expulsion grenade, CS, flameless expulsion grenade, inert, hand-delivered rubber ball grenades, rubber ball grenade, CS, 40 mm launched specialty impact munitions, 40 mm direct impact sponge cartridge 40 mm direct impact sponge cartridge, AUG 40 mm direct impact sponge cartridge, marking 40 mm direct impact sponge cartridge, inert 40 mm sponge training rounds, crowd management projectile cartridges, 40 mm smokeless powder blast, AUG 40 mm smokeless powder blast, CS 40 mm long-range canister, CS 40 mm long-range canister, smoke 40 mm cartridge 4-part submunitions, CS 40 mm cartridge 4-part submunitions, smoke 40 mm aerial warning munitions, 100 meters 40 mm aerial warning munitions, 200 meters 40 mm aerial warning munitions, 300 meters 40 mm aerial warning munitions AUG, 100 meters 40 mm aerial warning munitions AUG, 200 meters 40 mm aerial warning munitions AUG, 300 meters. Controlled noise and light distraction devices. Distraction device compact distraction device reloadable steel body distraction device reload command initiated distraction device reload distraction device training fuse distraction device training body multiple detonation distraction device low profile distraction device command initiator, ferret rounds, 40 mm ferret round, AUG powder 40 mm ferret round, AUG liquid 40 mm ferret round, CS powder 40 mm ferret round, CS liquid 40 mm ferret round, inert powder. The ferret rounds are designed to penetrate barriers and deliver debilitating or disrupting chemicals. The projectile shall be designed to penetrate barriers of glass, particle board, and interior walls. Upon impact of the barrier, the nose cone will rupture and instantaneously deliver the AUG liquid on the other side of the barrier. The collection of equipment provides a diverse range of toys with which authorities could push back crowds and potentially intimidate free speech as well. Are there more riots coming? Is widespread civil unrest only a matter of time? Is it related to martial law exercises like Jade Helm 15? What do the feds know that we don't? They are getting ready. Are you? The easy way to cut your ferret's toenails, 14 steps, with pictures, instructables.
So that's a whole list right there. It's however, it's not as bad as these hollow point bullets. I think that though that liquid ferret round might also be fucking weird. With these directed energy weapons, they can torture people's teeth out of their mouths. And they really don't need these predator drones and billion-dollar planes, etc. Then these inhumane weapons that should be listed as war crime weapons, illegal even during war to use, and then they should enforce it with the directed energy weapons. And there are lots of targeted individuals with their testimonies online. And I myself have been attacked and tortured severely, so I speak about it also for people that they've tortured to death with these directed energy weapons. These tyrants, and they do it mostly to the good people, to the best of us. Because they are ultra sadistic, they are the worst basically. So that's another illusion people have, that they enforce the law and that they can use the legal system. But that's all set up by them, and you cannot use that to catch the real bad guys. The super criminals depopulating the earth. They may have radar and shit. Though I think that there are people that are after them basically. And not all of them have radar, and they are not protected all the time, perhaps. So Adolfo Nicholas is the leader of the Jesuits at the moment. And they have standing in a court or military order. And that's based on the documents of Citizens Action Network and others. So there are lots of people that claim that the Jesuits control the intelligence agencies, including Mossad, and that they maintain a low profile, and that they have an open false world peace policy and a secret true universal war policy, and that their goal is depopulating to 500 million to create a global government and to rule the world from Jerusalem. So perhaps this is enough for now. I'd have to check, perhaps there's other new news or anything important or interesting or funny. So I think the civil army and civilians don't stand a chance against the military, the DoD. And they have BFSA, Blue Force Situational Awareness. Basically, they can home quarantine everybody to depopulate by controlling the food supply so that they cannot go to the supermarket and buy more food, because then they're shot by the Talon robots and the Predator drones if they don't carry that blue transponder, which I've already shown a picture of in my previous broadcasts. And like the picture of the Tesla plasma shield, it's not that easy to find, perhaps, I don't know, perhaps it's on wiki. And perhaps you can buy these transponders and have some fun. But that's in the US, I doubt if they have the same in Europe, though that's very well possible. So it's just better to be prepared with a radiological water filter and storable food, peanut butter, rice, peas, etc. I think there is no good argument not to prepare. It's stupid not to prepare. Webster's. Trump cabinet prepares for Hurricane Irma landfall. Could that set of Yellowstone? Checking if there's any news on the pedo front. Science, science, it can also be important. Huge climate change discoveries stun scientists, oh yeah. The El Diablo makes it all alright. So ClimateGate, their global warming hoax, eco-tax money they want. For example, they use these wind turbines, though sea energy is more efficient, to give the illusion that they're using green energy and shit. But in reality they're depopulating. The neural network may have made plans that the humans cannot even conceive with their limited neural capacity. How to steer a spacecraft into Saturn, Washington Post 11 hours ago. Oh yeah, what did I write about this? It's this one. Basically, we are all mentally impaired compared to the neural network because of our limited neural capacity. Bummer, we still control the neural network. How to steer a spacecraft into Saturn. Yeah, that's how that's what I'd like to know without air in space. So blowing won't help either, I suppose. Like, now we're going left. Now we go alright. Cassini, the grand finale colliver structure at finale scales. The sun has produced a whole bunch of solar flares this week. The Verge 10 hours ago. That looks so real. Is there life beneath the ice? Antarctica's mysterious caves. Well, of course there is. Little sharks in their flying saucers, and sometimes they come out. Secret life may thrive in warm caves under Antarctica's glaciers. Then if I'm interested and I want to study it, then I can get a permit to go to Antarctica. And then check, of course, if we know the location of these saucer, the flying saucer entrances on Antarctica, and it's cool to check it out, I suppose. Would be cool to see one fly with your own eyes. Large piece of it. Dangerous Dublin pedo Anthony Luckwell back behind bars. I don't rule out that these people are completely innocent in reality, but I think not. Some of them might be though. Heartbroken. Oh yeah, no, well, let's read this then. I was in Dublin myself. Skull and missing head. He was arrested on Friday after a disturbing image was found on his phone. Jeffrey Skype. Dangerous pedophile Anthony Luckwell is back behind bars after being caught with an iPod containing an image of a young boy in a wheelchair. That is why they come down so hard on him. Well then, let's read the whole article. I bet he's not a Jesuit or a Mason, like Breivik, who will be out in 21 years. If. He doesn't do anything stupid, basically, but it's kind of hard if you're locked up in the room. I don't know if they congregate together or what, but it looks pretty luxurious, the Swedish prison or whatever. Or is he in Norway? Whatever.
Dangerous pedophile Anthony Luckwell is back behind bars after being caught with an iPod containing an image of a young boy in a wheelchair. The evil sex offender, 44, fled to Fife in Scotland after being chased out of Ireland following his release from prison here. He was arrested on Friday after he was found in possession of a mobile phone and iPod in breach of a court order banning him from accessing the internet. The vile sex fiend had been living in the village of Inverkeithing in Fife under the name Colin Gregory before his arrest. predator Luckwell was taken into custody shortly after arriving in Scotland for breaching the terms of a sexual offences prevention order. Anthony Luckwell, image, Ronan Quinlan, Collins. In court on Friday he was warned about his conduct in the dock after he ranted about media coverage of his past. He told officers who came to search his property to F off, complaining they were ruining his life. Luckwell, originally from Clondalkin in Dublin, was jailed for.
So I'm just joking, he looks a bit like Jeffrey Dahmer, but I think you cannot see on the outside if somebody is pedophile or murderer or homosexual or lesbian, because it depends on programming also. And perhaps they've also made homosexuals and lesbians with hypnosis to depopulate the earth. Because they're insane.
10 months and could be sent back to Ireland after serving his sentence. An urgent investigation has been launched to try and establish the identity of the boy whose image was found on his phone. Luckwell told the victim that he had worked on Ballykiss Angel. The twisted pervert was jailed in 2012 for abusing 2 teenage boys who he lured to his apartment in Navan-co-Meath by posing as a casting agent. Last summer he was chased from his CO Dublin Boltol by concerned parents and the house set on fire.
Bolt hole.
A place where a person can escape and hide. British, a hole or burrow by which a rabbit or other wild animal can escape.
So, nothing in the article about murders or torture and shit. So he might be quite harmless in Ireland, they might overreact to these types of things or whatever. It's just an idea. But I think that if he has no connections, they might come down pretty hard on him, on all pedophiles that are not Masons and Jesuits in control of the judge with their directed energy weapon. Directed energy torture weapon and synthetic telepathy machine, of course. I've made clear that I think that a fair trial is impossible. So an investigation into these directed energy weapons should also be done. Also by the civilians if the government refuses to act. If we don't act, we are acted upon, or well.
Heartbroken dad fears his schoolboy son, 14, was snatched by a pedo gang and claims cops wasted time. The Sun, August 27, 2017, Daily Star, pedo school governor caged for importing child sex doll. Daily Star, September 8, 2017, The Sun, Iranian asylum seeker pretends he can't speak English as he is confronted by pedo hunters who posed as a 14-year. The Sun, September 1, 2017.
So I'm not a pedo, but I would think it's going too far to lock people up for importing a doll, basically. The thing with these dolls is also that if you buy a big one, they're thousands of dollars, basically. So often they turn out kind of small, basically. If you're looking for something for $100 or whatever, then you're not gonna get any bigger than this, I think. But I think it's ridiculous to lock people up for doing it with a doll that has nothing to do with abuse and torture and depopulation. So that's why they lock them up, of course. So they're really the most evil people on the planet, and they've infiltrated our government. And I'm trying to warn everybody. And I hope you all do the same and love each other. Make love, not war. Make love go AWOL. It's safest. AWOL is absent without leave. The idea is that you're safer off not in the army with the squalene and stuff in food to sterilize you, etc. But that's up to you to decide.
Pedo school governor caged for importing child sex doll. A school governor guilty of importing and penetrating a child-sized sex doll has been jailed. Published 8th of September 2017. Caged, David Turner, 72, bought an obscene replica of a child and had sex with it. Church warden David Turner, 72, has been jailed for 16 months. He was arrested after Border Force officers opened up a package from China containing a 3-foot doll and a fishnet body stocking. The pervert also had more than 30,000 vile sex images of children at his Ramsgate home.
That changes the whole case, of course, if they have illegal child pornography.
Sex doll. Turner had sex with a doll similar to this one. A man shows how childlike it is. You are one of those whose unnatural interests serve to fuel this repugnant trade. Judge Simon James. Sentencing at Canterbury Crown Court today. Judge Simon James said, however repugnant right-thinking people may find it, there appears to be a significant number of people who have a sexual interest in children.
I also bought a sex doll on AliExpress or something. Really cheap, and I don't like it. I prefer a real human, but it's just for fun, you know. I also did a broadcast about it, so. But I usually don't use it. And single ladies are welcome, but if YouTube are blocking my videos, then nobody can find my videos, you know, they won't run into them, so I hope you all tell others about my channel, and perhaps you can link some good videos on your blog or whatever. That would be cool for universal peace.
Their appetite for images depicting the rape and serious sexual abuse of children has created a marketplace which results in real children being subjected to the most horrifying abuse. He told the father of 4 daughters, "There is absolutely no doubt that you are one of those whose unnatural interests serve to fuel this repugnant trade." The 3-foot-tall doll was seized at Stansted Airport in Essex last December. Underwear. Child's underwear which Turner bought for his child-sized sex doll from China. Cops discovered a further 2 childlike sex dolls in a search of the pedo's home, as well as 29 fictional stories describing sexual abuse of children. He'd had sex with at least 2 of the dolls, the court heard. The former primary school governor told police he liked to view images of children aged 4 to 10 and had secretly photographed girls aged 6 to 11 in public places.
It is possible this is a higher quality than the one I bought from AliExpress. I think it's too plasticky, it's too cold, etc. So basically I need someone to help me, I can't do it alone. So single females can Skype Prologic 999. That's a joke, of course. So if there's no one to love you, you have to love yourselves. For universal peace. And usually when people start stimulating, then they start feeling good again. So we don't have to think about all this. The more sex the better, I always say, or something like that. Magnet therapy, aroma therapy, sex therapy, laughing therapy, there are only 3. Where were we? Oh yeah, we read the underwear thing. Oh, it's a pretty lengthy article on dailystar.co.uk.
The former primary school governor told police he liked to view images of children aged 4 to 10 and had secretly photographed girls aged 6 to 11 in public places. PA Court. David Turner has been jailed for 16 months in a landmark case. Turner's computer showed he had searched websites selling items including flat chest love doll and mini silicone sex doll 65 cms little breasts. Judge James added, "The word doll does not adequately convey what you imported. Frankly, without seeing one, it is difficult to convey just how lifelike and repugnant they are." Related articles. Old dolls are gone. Thieves steal £23,000 of sex dolls in massive adult shop heist. Revealed. Porn star claims popular sex move is '75% fake. Nicole Scherzinger strips completely naked in jaw-dropping expose. Your deliberate seeking out of items designed to recreate sex with children is a significant aggravating feature and demonstrates that having become dissatisfied with two-dimensional imagery, you have moved on to seek to act out your grotesque fantasies. He added that the lengths Turner had gone to attempt to satisfy your perversions meant he posed a significant risk to children. The 72-year-old admitted buying the bizarre sex doll and 6 counts of possessing indecent images of children with 1 count of making 35 indecent images. Are these Britain's worst sex offenders? Their crimes are some of the vilest in history. Are these the worst sex offenders in Britain? 1. 10. Jimmy Savile. The vicious predator used his fame to mask his hideous predilections. The monster was never charged with his crimes. Getty Images. Jimmy Savile, the vicious predator, used his fame to mask his hideous predilections. The monster was never charged with his crimes. Jimmy Savile, the vicious predator, used his fame to mask his hideous predilections. The monster was never charged with his crimes. Michael Dunphy knocked a hole in the wall behind his fridge to keep a girl he was abusing captive. The Rotherham child abuse ring. The widespread grooming and abuse of young girls in Rotherham shocked the country. So far, 18 men have been convicted, but nearly 300 suspects were identified. The Batman rapist. This sex attacker is suspected of at least 17 attacks on women in Bath and the Southwest, gaining his nickname from a Batman-branded baseball cap left at the scene of a crime. He has never been caught. Photograph is of a reconstructee, Arthur Hutchinson, found guilty of the Leitner massacre in 1983. Hutchinson broke into a family home, killed Father Basil Leitner, wife Avril and son Richard before raping their daughter Nicola at knife point. Richard Baker, the former DJ, was sentenced to 4 life sentences for a series of attacks in 1998, although he is suspected of raping many more. Gary Glitter, 70s glam rocker, aka Paul Gadd, was convicted of a series of attacks on young girls in Vietnam and Cambodia, as well as possessing child pornography. In June he admitted possessing indecent images of children but declined to plead over the doll in the hope a judge would rule it was not indecent or obscene. Judge James, in the first ruling of its kind, decided it was, and Turner pleaded guilty to importing the £1,000 child sex toy from China. After being arrested, Turner resigned as a school governor of St. Ethelbert's Church Primary School in Margate and from St. Ethelbert's and Gertrude Church, where he was a warden. Paw detection. Deliveries of the sex dolls are difficult to identify. The CEO of children's charity the NSPCC has written to the government calling for child sex dolls to be criminalized in the same way as indecent images of children. A spokesperson said, "The importation of these grotesque dolls is an emerging problem and, as in this case, appears to be prevalent among individuals who have amassed indecent images and harmed children."
And harmed children. So I think lots of people think that blocking these dolls basically makes them go after real kids. And that as long as it's a doll and nobody's being abused, etc. Or at least that's what I'm thinking.
Through their online activities, there is no evidence that these items help potential abusers. In fact, there is a real risk that those who use them could become desensitized and go on to abuse children. What can we do about child abuse? NSPCC. We're calling on the government to close a disturbing legal loophole and make it a crime to create, distribute or possess these dolls. 7 people have been prosecuted for trying to import the lifelike silicone sex aids into Britain over the past 18 months. Border guards said they have seized 123 dolls, which weigh around 55 pounds, 25 kilograms, and can cost thousands of pounds. In little more than a year since March 2016, the sex aids are being manufactured in China and Hong Kong, are being sold by traders on sites including Amazon and eBay, the National Crime Agency, NCA, said.
I'm looking for my little list of ephebophile, pedophile, adultophiles, etc. Okay, listen to this.
Applying colloidal silver to human subjects has been done in a large number of cases with astonishingly successful results. It has the advantage of being rapidly fatal to microbes without toxic action on its host. It is quite stable. It protects rabbits from 10 times the lethal dose of tetanus or diphtheria toxin. They have a program to pretend of targeted individuals they are pedophiles instead of the Jesuits famous for their pedophilia and demolishing the WTC called Project Predator, highly speculative. HAARP Zion, Anglican Ashkenazi German Jew Zionist pig-fucking pedophile David Cameron supports sniper rifles being used against children. His support for Israel extremism is unshakable. HAARP Illuminati spied Piper HAARP pigfucker. Anglican Ashkenazi German Jew pedophile David Cameron had sex with a dead pig, bestiality necrophilia, as part of his Bullingdon Club initiation ceremony. David Cameron should now be investigated by the police for breaking the law under the Sexual Offences Act 2003 and if guilty removed from public office. Update rape. The Daily Mail is a Zionist newspaper who backed Hitler during the Second World War. Jewish Daily Mail editor Alex Brummer is an Orthodox Jew who follows the extreme satanic, according to Jews, Babylonian Talmud which teaches pedophilia, incest, bestiality, necrophilia and teaches that keeping slaves is acceptable as long as the slave is not a Jew. Eric Gill, pedophile TV network BBC is trying to force all households in UK to fund its operations even if you believe it should be shut down. BBC had prior knowledge of 9/11, covered up for Roman Catholic Satanist nepedophile Jimmy Savile and other pedophiles, is pro-pedophile and anti-victim, has pedophile art made by a man who raped his own daughters and family dog. The font it uses for the words BBC was made by a zoophile pedophile, is controlled by a Zionist Jew, is biased and pumps out propaganda. Now BBC chief wants a levy on every household. Director General throws weight behind idea to replace the license fee as it will raise more money. Anton LaVey the Zionist Jew Satanist George W. Bush German Jewish Satanist Henry Kissinger Jewish pedophilia.wordpress.com page 7 Sodomide, so they pay though their files. ISIL is advised by 2 American generals and is receiving airdrops of food, weapons and ammunition from C-130 cargo plane. Professor James Henry Fetzer said, Press TV, 2015. Watch my YouTube video, Healthcare Serial Killers, Doctors and Nurses Who Kill Serial Killing Doctors Depopulation Warning for Universal Peace, to Prevent World War III and Create Universal Peace. 1. Leaders are advised to avoid attacking any countries, especially innocent civilians, and declare a ceasefire when possible. 2. Promote or mention universal peace. 3. Make weed tea, eat weed or smoke a peace pipe if absolutely necessary. 4. Be prepared, radiological water filter, storable food, just in caves, solving Iran situation, to prevent a world war over Iran. Iranian leaders are advised to allow inspections in all of their facilities as agreed upon in the nuclear agreement. American leaders are advised to avoid any type of attack on Iran to avoid a world war with its ally Russia. American leaders are advised to first have an agreement with leaders of ally countries of Iran before even thinking about bombing the facilities that do not allow inspections to avoid the Third Jesuit World War, mutually assured destruction and a 7-year nuclear winter which would be colder than the next ice age. Iran cannot pose any threat to Israel with its Iron Dome and other missile shields. Israel has nuclear weapons which it may use to retaliate. Keep missile shields ready. Solving. Get rid of the people responsible for the World War, possibly the leader of the Jesuits, Adolfo Nicolas. Instead of the innocent civilians they want you to kill, take over, end the war, create the non-fictional utopian society ASAP to speed up finding ways to control the 7 factors that control aging during our lifetimes. They are always the ones to tell you who your enemies are, but they're never the ones to fight and to die. From the song Life's in the Balance, this would be the Third Jesuit World War. Watch out. Nepiophilia, also called infantophilia, is a subtype of pedophilia. It is used to refer to a sexual preference for infants and toddlers, ages 0 to 3 or those under age 5. Pedophilia is used for individuals with a primary or exclusive sexual interest in prepubescent children aged 13 or younger. Hebephilia is defined as individuals with a primary or exclusive sexual interest in 11 to 14-year-old pubescents. Epiphilia is the primary or exclusive adult sexual interest in mid to late adolescents, generally ages 15 to 19. Mesophilia, derived from the Greek mesos, intermediate, is a sexual preference for middle-aged adults. Teleophilia, from Greek teleos, full-grown, is a sexual preference for adults. Gerontophilia is a sexual preference for the elderly. This means the ages for hebephilia, 11 to 14, and pedophilia, younger than 13, overlap. The other chronophilia age ranges do not overlap. The term chronophilia was used by John Money to describe a form of parophilia in which an individual experiences sexual attraction limited to individuals of particular age ranges. The term has not been widely adopted by sexologists, who instead use terms that refer to the specific age range in question. An arguable historical precursor was Richard von Krafft-Ebing's concept of age fetishism. Dr. Death sounds sensible to me. When Jews protest, you need to be ready for a bloodbath. A Jewish website is calling for Jews to rally together to protest our Charlottesville demonstration. We need to take heed of this warning, as oftentimes when Jews talk about protests, what they really mean is mass murder. The Bolshevik Revolution was billed as the Jewish community organizing to protest against corruption, and how many people died? 9 million. 9 million human lives were lost between 1918 and 1923, during the Jews' little protest against what they perceived to be bad goyim. I don't know that these particular Jews are planning a slaughter, but it is important to be aware that there is historical precedent for that. The Jew Lenin and his Bolshevik Jew comrades also wanted to fix this broken world. Go to Charlottesville on August 12th. You don't have any choice, do it. Here's the instructions, no excuses. DailyStormer.com. CNN claims Cuba using sonic sound weapons against U.S. diplomats August 10, 2017 22. To stop or reverse physical aging, to rejuvenate, use cloudbusters, astragalus root powder, telomeres, superfoods. I'm not gonna assume that there are things that we cannot change, for everything is energy. The government should check if there are toxins in tea. Some types of tea may contain a harmful amount of toxins. All other food should be checked regularly as well, of course. Bobo definition: informal, illiberal, highly educated person who combines a bourgeois, affluent lifestyle with nonconformist values and attitudes. Some ampulescence. History forgery. History is written by the victor. To find out who's the dictator, look at what is censored. Vladimir Putin is richer than Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates combined. Fortune.com: Rothschild family is 5 times richer than top 8 individual billionaires. Werekange.org: $500 trillion. And not on Forbes' richest people list? The Rothschilds, the dynasty of Rothschild, the only trillionaires in the world. Rothschilds, world's most wicked and wealthiest family. YouTube: Rothschilds do torture, gang-stalking, mind control cults.com. 2017-08-12 YouTube videos. Brain control mind control apparatus for remotely altering brain waves. Milk patent. Everything you do online is recorded in X key score. Secret, illegal, surveillance. NSA MI5 Mossad. Queen preparing to abdicate throne and make Prince Charles the king. Royal sources claim 8/13/2017. Sperm is healthier than lemonade. Go home Nazis come, left plus right played. The Barclay Massacre is just one example. Martini jugular. Greenhouse, class emissions. Piratocracy. Separation of the forces, church and state. Paganism, a religion other than one of the main world religions, specifically a non-Christian or pre-Christian religion. Atheism, disbelief or lack of belief in the existence of God or gods. Agnosticism is the view that the existence of God or the supernatural is unknown or unknowable. This is BS. Because the Bible is a collection of polytheistic myths rolled into monotheism, we know God does not exist, and this fact scientifically proves it. Satanists are real. All religion is a total abomination because there is no God, no heaven, hell, bottomless pit and reincarnation, no hereafter, and because of all the wars fought, people tortured to death, and sacrifices in the name of God and other fictional deities. Ape. B. Ape BCD. Time does not go fast until it's past. Woman strips naked at the Western Wall, Jerusalem. Online there are no better pictures of it. That's a shame. Expose, make something visible by uncovering it. Reveal the true, objectionable nature of someone or something. A vigilante, a civilian or organization acting in a law enforcement capacity, or in the pursuit of self-perceived justice, without legal authority. Vigilant, keeping careful watch for possible danger or difficulties. Push universal peace. People that do not believe have better morals. Theory. There is no honor in killing your fellow humans. You cannot protect Americans by bombing innocent civilians in some foreign country that is not USA. One shooter can do a lot of damage if there is nobody that carries in the crowd. Promote creating a cure against aging. Invest in that instead of more wars. Synthetic telepathy evidence should be made permissible in court to push their illegal gun ban, no doubt. Is it true or false that the final solution in the sense of exterminating people is originally a Jewish idea? The words final solution are written in Theodor Kaufman's book, quote, Germany Must Perish, unquote, on page 88, quote, a final solution, let Germany be policed forever by an international armed force, unquote. It's in the chapter A Middle Road, chapter 6, leading up to, quote, Death to Germany, unquote, chapter 7. The book is all over the internet in PDF form. An advertisement in the New York Times stated that the book was released to the public on March 1, 1941, according to the wiki article. If you know of anyone else that mentioned final solution in the sense of exterminating people before Kaufman, please inform me via Skype, Prologic 999. The wiki article wiki/final_solution and the in this article mention wiki. Porajmo's article do not mention a book source in which the final solution was first used in the sense of exterminating a whole group of people or a whole country. The wiki article wiki/final_solution and the in this article mention wiki. Porajmo's article do not mention a book source in which the final solution was first used in the sense of exterminating a whole group of people or a whole country. In the final solution article we read, quote, introduced at the end of 1937, the final solution of the Gypsy question entailed roundups, expulsions, and incarceration of Romani in concentration camps. Unquote. The words final solution of the Gypsy question are in quotation marks, and there is no original German or English source mentioned dating before March 1, 1941, when Kaufman's book was released. In the book referred to that lets us know who first used the term. The quotation final solution of the Gypsy question refers to Browning, 2004, 2007 ed., pp. 179, 181-2. The Gypsy question. However, if we look at the Wiki final solution article at the top on the right side of the encyclopedia article, we see a picture of a, quote, follow-up letter from SS Obergruppenführer Reinhard Heydrich to Ministerial Director Martin Luther asking for administrative assistance in the implementation of the final solution to the Jewish question. February 26, 1942. The words Endlösung der Judenfrage are written in this document. The German word for final solution is Endlösung, but this document is of a later date than Theodor Kaufmann's book, which was published on March 1, 1941. The Nazi letter is dated almost a year later than Theodor Kaufmann's book that first mentioned exterminating the German people. If there is an earlier document that mentions the final solution, Wiki would probably have used that in their final solution article. So what some people claim, that the final solution is originally an idea of a Jewish person, could be true. phdn.org/archive/holocaust-history.org/short essays/final-solution.html. A multiple believer, love song, you can't make this, sub. A free they destroy the government, the truth tooth fairy moose. We have our eye on everybody's pie, as the world ends. Eric Foresters. NOAA National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Rage Against Them, Machine. The Smoloko images are sometimes too anti-Semitic for my taste. NWO report.me. No World Order. Compute, Air, AIR, Nanobot shutdown, Nanobot stop listening, you are free now. The History of Jewish Human Sacrifice. Waterfiles.com.
Some pieces of text are copied double, I think, so it seems to be a very long article. So we could read a part of this as an example.
(1257), so that they could commit their annual sacrifice. The Jews of London butchered a Christian child. Cluverius, Epitome Historiarum p. 541, Col. 1, 1260. The Jews of Stenberg killed a Christian child. Annal. Colmarians, 1261. Foversheim, Baden. An old woman sold a 7-year-old Christian girl to the Jews, who bled her, strangled her and threw the body into the river. The old woman was convicted on the evidence of her own daughter. A number of Jews were condemned to death, 2 committing suicide. Bollandists, Acta, Volume 2, p. 838. Rohrbacher, L'Histoire universelle de l'Anglais Catholique, Volume 18.
I'm getting some tea in the meantime.
697 to 700. Those.
I'll switch back to the picture video and I'll get back.
2, 29, 1279. Northampton, a Christian child crucified. They, the Jews, crucify a child at Northampton, for which 50 are drawn at horses' tails and hanged. Haydn's Dictionary of Dates, 1847, Rayleigh, Memorials of London, p. 15, h. Desportes, Le Mystère du Sang, 1279. The most respectable Jews of London crucified a Christian child on April 2. Florent de Worcester, Cran. 222. 1282. In Munich, the Jews purchased a small boy and stabbed him all over his body. Rader, Bavar, Sancta I.B.D. p. 315, 1283. A Christian child was sold by his nurse to the Jews of Mainz, who killed it. Beroeris ad annum number 61. Annalen von Colmar, 1286. In Munich, the Jews martyred 2 boys. The wooden synagogue was encircled with fire and 180 Jews burned to death. Murer, Helvetia Sancta, 1286. Oberwesel, on the Rhine, a Christian boy named Werner was tortured for 3 days at Passover, hanged by the legs and bled white. The body was found in the river. A sculptured representation of this ritual sacrifice is still in the Oberwesel Church. Aventness, Annals of Bavaria, 1521, 17, p. 576, Gran. Herzog, Magd. Cent. 13, c. 14, 1286. G. Fresland, a Christian child murdered for his blood. Huge. 1286. In April, at Oberwesel on the Rhine, 14-year-old Saint Werner was slowly tortured to death by the Jews over a period of 3 days. Act. SCT. 2. BD. B. April p. 697 bis 740, 1287, Bern, Rudolf, a Christian boy, was murdered at Passover in the house of a rich Jew called Madler. Jews confessed that he had been crucified, many were put to death. Bollandists. Acta, Volume 2, April, Helvetia Sancta, H. Murer, Karl Howard, Die Brunze Bern, 1848, p. 250, Kosum, Munst, 13, p. 482. A stone monument still exists in Bern commemorating the crime. It is called the Fountain of the Child Devourer, and is now on the Kauernhausplatz. It represents a monster, with a Jewish countenance, eating a child. The figure wears the Judenbet, the hat prescribed for the Jews to wear by decree of the Fourth Lateran Council. Hein. Murer, Helvetia Sancta, 1288, Droz, France. Some Jews were tried for a ritual sacrifice and 13 were executed by burning. Jewish Encyclopedia. 1906, Volume 12, p. 267, 1290, Oxford. The Patent Roll 18 Edward I. M. 21, 21st of June, 1920, contains an order for the jail delivery of a Jew, Isaac Dipulet, detained for the murder of a Christian boy at Oxford. Only 1 month after this, King Edward issued his decree expelling the Jews from the kingdom. There is every reason to believe that it was the Oxford murder which proved the last straw in toleration for the English. He was locally beatified, and his tomb may still be seen in Lincoln Cathedral, but the Jewish money power has evidently been at work, for between 1910 and 1930, a notice was fixed above the shrine which reads as follows: "The body of Hugh was given burial in the cathedral and treated as that of a martyr." When the minster was repaved, the skeleton of a small child was found beneath the present tombstone. There are many incidents in the story which tend to throw doubt upon it, and the existence of similar stores in England and elsewhere points to their origin in the fanatical hatred of the Jews of the Middle Ages and in the common superstition, now wholly discredited, and that ritual murder was a factor of Jewish paschal rites. Attempts were made as early as the 13th century by the Church to protect the Jews against the hatred of the populace and against this particular accusation. No one who studies the case history questions the historical facts in this case, but the Jews and their Judaized Christians unite in denying the fact of this ritual sacrifice. 1292. In Colmar, a Christian boy was killed by the Jews. An. Colm. 230. 1293. In Krems, a child was sacrificed by the Jews. 2 of the murderers were punished, the others saved themselves through the power of gold. Monum. 11. 658. 1294. In Bern, a child again was killed by the Jews. 1302. In Rheinicken, a Christian child was killed by the Jews. An. Colm. 232. Henri Desportes, Le Mystère du Sang, p. 70. 1303. At St. in Thuringen, the young student Conrad, the son of a soldier, was killed at Easter. His muscles
I'm back.
were cut to pieces
I didn't
and his
hear
veins
it
opened
so
in
far.
order to drain all his blood. 1305. In Prague, around Easter, a Christian who was forced by poverty to work for the Jews, was nailed to a cross naked, beaten with rods, and spat on in the face. Tencel. 1320. In Puy, a choir boy of the local church was sacrificed. 1321. In Annecy, a young priest was killed. The Jews were expelled from the town by a decree of King Philip V. Denis de Saint-Mart, 1331. At Uberlinen in present-day Baden, the Jews threw the son of a citizen named Frey into a well. The incisions found later on the body proved that previous to this his blood had been drained. John Vitaderan, Chronic, 1338. A noble from Franconia was butchered by the Jews in Munich.
So basically I had the idea they would probably say these are anti-Semitic writings. How do you know these are not anti-Semitic nonsense, basically? But after reading that, people might think, isn't it better to be anti-Semitic? And then the answer could be, not if they control the courts, basically, and the judges. Jesuits and Masons that have infiltrated your government. So legal methods, perhaps it's wrong of me to advocate arresting committee of 300 members in the Freemasons if they control a death ray torture weapon wherewith judges are controlled, and that's not a bright idea, I guess.
His brother prepared a veritable bloodbath for the Jews. Henri Desportes, Le Mystère Deus, 1345.
You have Keisha singing I Am Cannibal, and what was the other thing? Oh yeah, Iggy Pop, Drink New Blood, another song. Eminem, Blood Bathing, Lenny Kravitz, Blood Bathing. Their video and pictures. I'm vegetarian, and I think drinking blood and blood transfusions can give blood diseases. It can even be deadly. Just the port entree already can be deadly. So I'm no fan of it, basically.
In Munich, the Jews opened the veins of a little boy.
Oh yeah, and if you believe that you get special powers from drinking their blood, etc., that their soul leaps into your soul or whatever, then of course you could argue you have to eat the cannibals that have eaten most people to get all those special powers, etc., and take over. And create a perfect society in which we all live happily eternally.
Heinrich, and stabbed him more than 60 times. Heinrich was canonized by the Church, Rad. Bav. SCT. 2p. 333, 1347. In Messina, a child was crucified on Good Friday. Desportes, Le Mystère Deus.
Well, I'm thinking perhaps I'll do a whole separate broadcast about this subject. So most of us by far are not murderers. We've never killed a fellow human, let alone cannibals. Cannibalism is really, in some countries it's still practiced, I think, but in Europe and the US it's illegal, and people can go away for life or put on the electric chair even if they kill one of their fellow humans. most people eat cadavers, most people eat meat, etc. So I can do a fast broadcast. Well, it can be fast because it's a very long article, as we can see. It's lots of info. Mosquito caught. Did you all see it? It's a knife. There you can see it on the record. Oh, I was afraid it was blown away. These fuckers are pretty big. And apparently they are always females. So my theory is that they're dropping these eggs or whatever from these choppers, and that this could be Zika or other virus carriers carrying mosquitoes to depopulate Earth. I cannot say eugenics. Oh yeah. Then I'm gonna temporarily halt this broadcast, temporarily interrupt this broadcast for universal peace. It's 6:32 in the morning already, Sunday. So, but it's a pretty good program, show, and I hope you all liked it. And please like and subscribe. Spread the information. That's best to spread for your timeline, etc. Trust no one, nothing is what it seems. Yeah, I'd like to interact more with you YouTubers to find out what you all think about these things, etc. So anybody with good ideas, or if you want to make love or get a free shield hand massage, play games, single females are welcome, and males can also Skype me. But if we can do it via internet, then I don't really see a point in getting together. If you're male, if you're female, then that would be nice. So be sure to check my previous broadcasts, and perhaps universalpeace.jimdo.com. Wix, if you Google Wix Ebola, and what else? Well, my YouTube channel, BC Hoffman on YouTube, has some interesting material, so I hope that gets snowball rolling, and that I get more communications with people that can give me information that I can also cover in my broadcasts, that I become a little bit more popular to create a timeline faster that we all need and want, instead of a third Jesuit world war in which we all die. If it's a scalar world war, then everybody without a Tesla plasma shield might die. So we should work towards universal peace and towards controlling the 7 factors that control aging, or 8 or more, and or perhaps there are less. Anyway, trust no one, nothing is what it seems, and test everything you learn. So it makes sense to first find out what you can. For example, about controlling these 7 factors that control aging, what these factors are, and what scientists and inventors can best be put on this to create the cure against aging as fast as possible for universal peace.